Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another day in the Education Policy and Administration Committee. We have a full day of hearings today and House session tomorrow. So a couple of busy days. So our first bill today is House Bill 662, requiring the discussion of abortion procedures and viewing of certain videos during health education in public schools. And the prime sponsor, I believe, is here. Representative Sellers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Codelli. Representatives of the Committee, House and Policy Committee, thank you for
Can you
allowing me
move that a
few
little
minutes.
closer?
Even closer. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you for the few moments to talk, and I won't take up too much of your time. But I want to present this bill for multiple reasons. But anyways, I wanted the General Court to make a decision on it and move forward. And it really is about our children and our kids' education. The videos that I actually sent the entire committee last night would be the videos that would be used in class. And these videos are educational, medically accurate, comprehensive, and age appropriate. Our schools are not providing our kids this information, which is important in making decisions. It is also important that our kids have an accurate knowledge for the healthy relationship and a strong society. And here's one fact, just so we know. I think it's necessary that they start learning this. It is estimated that 33% of women between teenage years and also 45 will get an abortion. 33%. And out of those, it's estimated that 18% will be teenagers. And out of that part, and for 58% will be in their 20s. So this information is necessary now and not later in their life. And I believe that this information is information our kids really need to know and understand what they're getting into and how it may affect them. Our school health class teacher instructs our kids on many things, including abortion today, and we should not allow our kids to be ignorant or confused to what takes place during the different types of abortions. And I can tell you in my district, they have a full schedule. I think it goes for about 8 weeks, and I mean, it is full. Like I said, I never had anything like that when I was growing up, and I'm saying these kids are learning a lot. But occasionally we have snow days, assemblies, and other things that will distract from the class, and therefore one of the topics would be missed. And I would not want to see this topic to be missed. Some may say that this video or the videos here are too graphic. But I say we have many questionable teaching and non-teaching materials in our schools today. So, you know, is it too graphic? Is not? I guess you could question it, but I don't think it is. These are comprehensive, completely educational, well done, non-political, non-religious videos. I think both sides should be able to get behind this and actually move it forward. Banning these educational videos would be no different than banning books and not allowing the children to learn. There is nothing to hide, really, nothing to hide. They're non-political and non-religious. I hope that you would ought to pass this bill 667. Well, I'm not sure of the number now, I apologize, but I hope you ought to pass this bill, and I appreciate it. I'll take any questions and answer them the best I can.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Am I to understand that this is taking away local control for curriculum, local control for curriculum materials? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for the question. You could look at it that way, yes. I look at it as there are some things in life that need to be consistent throughout our state. And this is one thing I can see that, like I said earlier, in our district, because of different distractions that go on, or snow days or something else, we don't want to miss this topic. And so that's why I'm bringing it to the general court, so it's actually consistent throughout the state.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Cornell?
Could you get into more detail about the Attorney General shall have standing and have a cause of action to sue for damages or relief on behalf? What would cause that to happen?
Could you repeat the question? I apologize.
I want to know what the Attorney General shall have standing as parents, patriae, to enforce this section on behalf of any or all residents or citizens of New Hampshire, and the Attorney General shall have a cause of action to sue for damages or injunctive relief on behalf of any or all residents or citizens of New Hampshire against any person or entity that violates this section. So I'm seeing that as the Attorney General on behalf of my neighbor down the street who doesn't have any children in the school could bring suit against, the Attorney General would have to bring suit against the school for that?
Well, yeah, thank you for the question. And again, we have a lot of ifs there, if it's possible to do this, or if it's possible to do that. We don't know for sure. I mean, what you're saying could be true. I don't know at this point, but I know that this video, or video set of videos, were really important, that I think it's more for the school district to follow the law if it goes into law. That's what it's about.
Follow-up, yes.
So you're saying that if the school district doesn't show this for whatever reason, someone who doesn't have a child in the school can complain to the Attorney General and sue the school for not showing it?
Again, thank you for the question. I would say, yes, you're probably right. All right, but I'm not an attorney, so I don't know. All right. And I think it would be no different than all of us paying taxes to our schools. A lot of us don't have children in school.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Sellis, for coming before us. So I wanted to know if you know that, does the state require that we have education in all of our school districts?
Have what?
Health, does the state require that we have health
Yes.
education in all of our districts?
Yes, it does.
So, and may I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. So there is no local control when it comes to health education. That was an edict handed down by the state. Is that correct?
That's my understanding according to the law right now.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Representative, thank you for bringing this. Is it your belief that the healthcare providers that young women go to see fail to provide appropriate advisement on their options?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, interesting enough, when I was just doing an internet search, which I know everybody believes the internet is true, right? I actually landed on Planned Parenthood, and all they showed, or all they provided in any video that I could find out there was in clinic. That's all they talked about, in clinic. All right, as far as they didn't actually explain the different types of abortions or what takes place during those. So, it's not my belief. I'm just saying it's not widely known out there what actually takes place.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Well, I'm not talking about Planned Parenthood or any other organization. I'm talking about when the young woman or woman or her family, go to meet with their healthcare provider, the doctor that's going to be working with them through any process of decision making. Is it your belief that those people don't advise them of what their options are?
Again, thanks for the question. And of course, I'm not there with them, so I don't know what they say. I really can't answer that.
Just one more follow-up, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. And of all the educational, and I say this having been a health teacher, of all the educational opportunities out there for youngsters to see and schools to select, how is it you selected this specific piece of the video? which are inflammatory, by the way.
Which I would.
They may be accurate, but they're inflammatory. But how did you happen to pick that specific piece of the video to be seen? Where's
Again,
your expertise there?
you have to start somewhere, so I picked those to start off with. Are there others that could be just as good? Sure, absolutely. And I'm not saying they can't be used either. These are short, animated, well done by OB/GYN doctors that have actually performed abortions and stuff in the past. And they're actually doing the narrating along with the animation. So they're really done videos, really done very well. And at this point here, I don't mind if you go with another one. I mean, I can tell you that in my district, the healthcare teacher uses a video that's about 40, 50 years old. It's, it's very well done. And it explains some of decision-making that the kids go through. But that's them. And then the other thing is they actually use a TED Talk. And the TED Talk part, it actually goes in and actually you can say it touches on religion even, in our case. So they're using other videos now to their advantage. So this video, another video, something similar, I'm not opposed to that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm way over here on the other side of your speaker. So I am trying to understand the motivation behind the bill. I understand that in our health classes, we want to make sure we're providing students with accurate information about what happens with their bodies, about what happens if they choose to be intimate or if they are forced to be intimate with someone, and the different implications of that. But what I am really struggling to find is the why this has any necessity. If our schools are already providing health information and providing accurate information to students, why we would be showing videos about specific medical procedure? Are we also going to show them about arthroscopic surgery, which most of our high school students or many of our high school students will experience? Are we also going to show about setting broken bones? Why do we need specific videos and by a particular company on this one? I don't get it.
Again, thank you for the question. And again, a specific company was not on my mind. I started someplace, I used these videos to start. We could use other videos. I'm not against that. That's not what it's about. It's about they are teaching and touching on abortion in health class. But that's all they do. They touch on it. And 33%, as I just stated before, 33% of young women are going to get an abortion. So this is going to affect a lot of people. And they should know what it takes place and the different types of procedures that are available.
Follow up?
May I just clarify, when you talk about 33%, and I don't know where you get that information from, is that including people who have ectopic pregnancies, who have fetal abnormalities, who have all sorts of complications, or maybe other causes that are because it is absolutely 100% medically necessary for them to have a procedure like that, including miscarriages that fail, among other things?
Yeah, thank you for the question again. And I can gladly share the link with you after the meeting, once I get back to my computer, where I got the 33% from. It did not break it out by the different procedures or needs at that point.
I just have a question. In Roman 3, lines 14 and 15, talks about grades 9 through 12. They have to show annually at least 2 of these 3 videos. Is that at each grade they have to show 2 of those videos so that grades 9, 10, 11, and 12, they would see 2 of those videos each year?
Yeah, thanks for the question. After I put the bill together, I actually was talking to the healthcare teacher in my district again, and I understand that there's only certain grades that I'll actually go through health class, and at that point, the intent was that all 4 grades, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, would have this every year. That was the intent on the bill. Now, I understand that if they're only required to have health class once in those 4 years, I would expect that we could even amend this to make sense that this is shown at least once in those 4 years. And of
Thank you.
course, and just so, it's already on file. Parents are able to opt out. That's not changed.
Thank you. Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Representative Sellers. So this bill is not meant to sway or influence young women in any way, shape, or manner on whether to get an abortion or not. Is that correct?
No, it's not. It's non-biased like that. It's only informational, and it doesn't carry Republican, Democrat, Christian, non-Christian. It's not. It's just plain informational.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
My final question, Mr. Chair. Just, I'm trying to think, as a high school teacher, what piece of information or video or book we repeat 4 years in a row if we aren't trying to make a prejudicial statement. I would suggest to you, if you're going to run a video requirement like that for 4 years in a row, perhaps you should also do contraception prevention 4 years in a row. I wonder why that was not part of your bill.
Thanks for the question. I don't have an answer for you. It could have easily been. I just don't have an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of any health and wellness program in the state of such a specific requirement of showing videos to illustrate any part of the curriculum?
I apologize. I am hard of hearing, so.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if in your research, talking to health and wellness teachers throughout the state, if you know of any requirement in health and wellness classes that even requires showing videos.
Thanks again for the question. There's no requirement that I'm aware of that says it has to be video or material or any of that. Whatever the format wants to be, it's up to the teacher. And even the style of the teacher, how she or he wants to teach is totally up to them.
Follow up. You just, but by doing this, you're taking away that ability for the teacher to teach the curriculum in the way that the teacher sees best fit for the students. Would you say? Pardon me.
No, if anything, I'm hoping adding that to the teachers, because some teachers don't use videos at all. So I am asking if they would use this video, all right? And of course, there would be discussion and material, I would think, that would go along with this.
Representative Hall?
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I understand that you said that you felt, I watched these videos, and you feel that they are age appropriate. I taught middle school for 40 years. I can't imagine those eighth graders being ready to go in and watch these videos that were pretty graphic. So my question is, you stand by your words in saying that all these videos are age appropriate?
Yeah, thanks for the question. These are not for eighth graders. It says clearly 9th through 12th.
All of it?
Yes.
I agree with that, but I'm just saying when those eighth graders leave, they're ready to go in a couple months to be in ninth grade. So that was all, that you feel that they are age appropriate.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Honorable Kurt Welper. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Kurt Welper. I am chairman of New Hampshire Right to Life, and I am here to support this bill with great enthusiasm. 67 million babies have died because of abortion in our country since Roe versus Wade. 67 million. This is the biggest human rights violation that I'm aware of outside of China. A lot of that comes because the women get pregnant and don't know what's going on. My wife ran Pregnancy Help Center for a number of years and she's a primary source of my information. But laws, like ultrasound laws, requiring the showing of the results of an ultrasound, save babies' lives at the rate of around 70%. 70% of the women who see those videos change their minds about abortion. That's an awful lot of women, an awful lot of babies that would be saved. The fact is that people in our country do not know what an abortion is. They do not understand that the sole purpose of an abortion is to kill a human, a living human, who has done nothing but be conceived and pursued their biological destiny. It's an atrocity. And educating women on what is involved. When I go to the hospital for an heart surgery, the doctor explains to me what they're going to do. They're going to stick stuff up my veins, they're going to burn parts of my heart, whatever they're going to do. When women go for abortion, this does not occur. It does not occur at all. When we talk about these things, and when I say we, I even mean the medical providers, they're very precise about what they talk about. So if we're talking about an operation that's going to kill a child inside the woman, they don't talk about the child. They talk about the woman and what the effects will be on her. And they don't tell the whole truth. I'm not saying they lie. I'm saying they don't tell the whole truth, because there's little to no discussion of the long-term negative consequences for the mother. Now, that's not part of this bill. It's just because I'm here talking about this. This always comes out, right? If women knew what was going to happen when they went for an abortion, very many of them would not. They don't, and the reason they don't is because it's not covered anywhere, and even medical providers don't really talk about it in detail. It's just an event that's going to occur, and it's just not harmful for the
You
mother.
could tie that back to the bill.
So this is why we need this education in the high schools, because women need to know what those operations are. They need to see what actually happens. They need to see the babies trying to get away. They need to see the results. That's why we need it. When they see it, they'll never forget it, ever. And it'll save a lot of babies' lives and a lot of mothers a lot of grief.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being back in education. Walter Antal?
I have my written testimony here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Good afternoon. My name is Walter, and I would like you to support HB 662. The procedures that are involved in abortion are not for the faint of heart. It's true. Given that it is estimated that 1 in 4 women have had abortions, the topic can be extremely triggering and therefore demands that we treat it with the love and concern for the students present, giving them clear alternatives. But nothing can change the scientific fact that the goal of abortion is a dead baby. Speaking strictly scientifically, chemical abortions use two drugs. On day one, mifepristone is used to block the progesterone needed to sustain the beginning of pregnancy.
If I could just
Yes, sir.
ask you to stick to the bill itself, not get into the general topic of abortion.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
Young women also need to know the truth about how abortion affects their bodies, including risk of bleeding and hemorrhaging, increased risk of uterine and breast cancer, and the possibility of sterility or even death, as is usually the case for all major surgeries. Many high schoolers and college students who are pregnant before they feel ready believe that abortion is the only way out. However, the truth is that there are many pregnancy resource centers in the state, and that these young women need to be informed about life-saving options they offer to support women from pregnancy through the early years of parenthood, as well as the option of adoption. Members of my generation need the truth to be able to make informed decisions about our bodies and those of our children. I would minimally ask for us to be given the education to make sure that we know what our choices will do to ourselves and to others. This is necessary to be responsible, intelligent, and informed members of today's society. So I ask you to please support HB 662. God bless you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Questions from the committee? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, if you have written testimony, would you be, oh, okay. Thank you. Charlotte Antel.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, excuse me. In view of the fact that there are not sufficient copies for all members of the committee, we can find a way to
We'll
get
get
them
copies
out.
for everybody.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you for being here.
I'm sorry, I should probably mention my son handed you all three of his testimonies for the three different bills. So what you're seeing in front of you is not just for 662, it's for the other three. He was nervous, he's done this only once before.
That's fine.
So,
We appreciate first-time testifiers and
Yeah.
repeat testifiers alike.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so hello, my name is Charlotte Antal, and I'm here to ask you to support HB 662. There is no such thing as a life without consequences. Today's public school health curriculum was constructed by an advisory board on which Planned Parenthood and affiliates take several seats. They believe that young children need to explore their sexuality, that for minors, experimenting with sex is natural, that contraception is safe and effective, and that abortion is a way to achieve your dreams. That's not how it played out for many of the young women I knew in high school and college who conceived too soon. Out of 5, only 1 had her baby. The others chose abortion and have struggled with mental illness, drug abuse, and cancer. Another lost 2 wanted children to the fact that she had been on the pill. No one told her that her body would need time to heal before it could sustain a pregnancy again. As a trustee of New Hampshire Right to Life since 2013, I have encountered many more women who feel betrayed by the education that they received and who suffer greatly from their decision to abort. Some write plays, create art, and travel to schools and churches telling their story. Some work in pregnancy care centers to help pregnant women in crisis to get the medical care, family counseling, and financial help that they need. Some pray outside of abortion facilities, offering help to both moms and their babies. Some come to the March for Life as quiet witnesses to the scars of abortion. I've met traumatized health workers who were required to participate in abortions who wanted to save lives, not take them. I've met women who who wanted children, but in their youth were told that IUDs were a safe method of preventing pregnancy and discovered they were sterile when they had them removed. I've known women who were trafficked only to be betrayed again by Planned Parenthood, who destroyed the evidence. Abortion advocates failed to mention that their babies would be dumped at the Concord landfill, that contraceptives can be abortifacient, or told them that they could just go on with their lives like nothing happened after they chose to end their child's life.
So Charlotte,
All
again, if we could wrap this back to the
Sure.
bill.
All feel betrayed by a system that told them that their choice would not matter. This includes the educational system. These women were telling their stories, and we have a duty to listen. We owe the next generation better than we received. Keeping our youth ignorant about abortion is not compassion. Minimally, they have a right to know the truth about abortifacient drugs, surgical procedures, their very real risks, and the aftermath of abortion. We owe it to them to tell them the truth, that their choices will have lasting consequences no matter what they choose. But they need to know that self-control never hurt anyone, that self-sacrifice for the good of others is real love, and that they can achieve happiness even with a child in tow. Please support HB 662 to ensure the next generation gets the truth about abortion.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I believe that is the last card. If there's no one else who wishes to testify, I think we have one more late entry into the sweepstakes.
My apologies, Mr. Chair, for
No problem.
being a late entry. I thought there were a stack of cards. So, Jerry Frew, the Associate Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. I'm here today to raise several questions about this legislation. First, the first three bills of the day are speaking about health education, and I will spare you the aggravation of listening to me 3 times and try to consolidate into this one testimony our concerns of those bills. So thank you for that opportunity. This is a very prescribed curriculum, eroding local control decisions on what is best for local communities, and the prime sponsor in his testimony even indicated perhaps that there were additional or different avenues to achieve the same purpose. So I would just remind the committee of that perhaps the one video cited isn't the only way to achieve the goal of the legislation. Some members, to Representative Freeman's question about health education standards, yes, health education standards are included, and in fact were most recently revised by the State Board of Education. I do believe that none of the 3 topics that are listed in today's first 3 bills, abortion, adoption, or gestation, are part of the new standards for health education. They call the 306s, the 306 rules. I don't believe any of those topics are addressed in the curriculum standards that have been recently approved by the State Board of Education. Some of the members of this body have legislation around what constitutes an adequate education. Health education has been eliminated from some of those proposed definitions of what constitutes an adequate education. What happens to this bill, should that bill pass, and health education is not required as part of an adequate education in the definition? This committee, a few days ago, approved, as ought to pass, a bill regarding evidence-based instruction. I would invite committee members to explore the proposed videos that have been provided to you by the prime sponsor to explore and confirm what evidence-based instruction has been included in the production of those videos. To Representative Hall's point, I was a middle school administrator for 15 years. The legislation calls for instruction grades 9 through 12 or college. I challenge each of you to think back to the days when you were 13 or 14, and then fast forward to the days that you were 17 or 18. Developmental changes take place during those years. Health education curriculum is typically, in most high schools, offered as a course either in grade 9 or grade 10. So basically, you're talking about 13, 14, or 15-year-olds experiencing these videos in any of the legislation. So again, I invite you to think back to those days, or those of you who may be blessed to have children or grandchildren who are age 14, and think about how they might process the very videos that you've been invited to see. Oftentimes, I sit in this room listening to people assail public education and poor math scores, poor language arts scores, and poor science scores, and basically poor scores. Yet we continue in this body and others to talk about additional requirements placed on public school curriculum expectations. Where does the time come from for all of these things? Just a question. Public schools already have a pretty full plate of things. Curriculum decisions are best made at the local level with locally elected officials and those folks that are picking up the tab, if you will. I did some research on this, and there are some states who have, actually there's no states who require this particular set of videos, but there are states who pay more for adequate public education who require certain pieces of instruction. New Hampshire is not one of those states who rank high in their support of public education through public tax dollars. I guess I would say that if this bill is not deemed inexpedient to legislate, as we believe it should be, that at least it be retained so that more work can be done to make it a better bill, and make it less prescriptive, perhaps change the age requirements, but I just want you to understand that requiring this bill to be taught in health education classes is at the freshman and sophomore level is particularly challenging.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again for your testimony. I always appreciate your perspective. In regard to the free videos selected, the prime sponsor did send them to us, and I did have the chance to watch them. I thought they were very thorough, very excellent. However, the prime sponsor noted that he would be willing to say not these particular videos, but there may be other videos available. And I would say that goes into what you mentioned about local control. Would you be more willing to support this bill if it said school districts shall show videos, which may include these, but may include another topic or something along those lines?
Thank you for the question, Representative McDonald. The question that I would raise is it part of what the state has determined, what health education standards have determined as part of what kids in health education classes need to know and be able to do? And so if the state education standards require that, then I believe that there would have to be materials, and I would also suggest that by retaining the bill, the committee could meet with health educators and, let me just say, students. We have a state school board, this legislature a couple of years ago passed a requirement for school boards to have student representatives on school boards. Why not engage in conversation with student representatives of school boards about what they think would be appropriate as part of their education, not what necessarily a whole bunch of adults think is appropriate for their education.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. Based on the newest 306 rules, which I haven't had time to parse through all of them yet,
Me neither.
and maybe you would have to get back to us with the answer, or maybe one of the other people in the room may have this. In our current health curriculum, which I know my child had as a ninth grader, when they discuss reproduction and the reproductive process, is the labor and delivery process, as well as abortion, as well as contraception, as well as abstinence, all included in that curriculum? Or is it purely that people should be free to explore their sexuality, as someone previously testified?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I would have to get back to you on that answer. I don't know what the current standards speak to.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I want to get back to the Attorney General shall have cause of action to sue. I don't know if you read that part of it, if you have any thoughts, but I'm thinking now the Attorney General will sue if a school doesn't do something that's not in the 306 plans that they've been told to do.
Thank you for the question, Representative Cornell. It's like you read the testimony that I forgot to deliver the piece of. I'm always concerned with any piece of legislation that has a punitive component that contains more money than the opportunity for providing the resources that teachers and students would need to achieve the purpose of the legislation. When the state is appropriating certain monies for adjudication, but not appropriating money to provide resources, training, and materials for kids that might be needed to support this legislation, that is a point of concern. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Good morning. Just a question. Did I just want to make sure I think I heard what you said. In your testimony, did you just say that as far as your research went, that no states require specific videos that you're aware of?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. I believe in my very brief cursory view, and when I brought it up on a national conversation the other day, there were no states in that conversation that have, and that was over 25 states.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson.
Good morning, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We have signed in opposition to this bill. We're not going to give a lot of further testimony. I just wanted to answer the representative's questions about the 306 rules that were just passed. The health education program is covered in section 306.40, which has been updated as of January 9th of this year. And that will lay out for you the aspects of the school health education program that have been approved by the State Board of Education. I will just also add that over the past several sessions, we've had multiple highly prescriptive curriculum bills which have not moved forward from this committee or the previous House Education Committee. This bill certainly and the bills following are extremely prescriptive. And I would just fall back on some of the things that I know Mr. Frew has already covered, so I won't go through those again. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the information. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 662. And in a minute, okay. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we are going to adjust some clerical duties also during that time.
Yeah.
Can you? You can finish that first. we're just about set to resume. And we will resume with House Bill 667, which is relative to health education and requiring the viewing of certain videos demonstrating gestational development from embryo to fetus through birth by public school students and college or university students. And welcome back, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Again, thank you for your time. My name is Representative John Sellers, Grafton 10, Bristol and Bridgewater. Baby Olivia is a medically accurate animated glimpse of the human life from the moment of fertilization. This story details her growth as she progresses from the development stage to the next in preparation for her continued life outside the womb. Why I'm bringing this to the general court? It has an educational value. The video provides a detailed visual representation of the baby's development, which is a crucial aspect of human biology. The Baby Olivia video serves as an invaluable educational tool. It offers a clear and engaging visual representation of the stages of human development from the fertilization to birth. This is not just a lesson in biology, but an opportunity for our students to gain a deeper understanding of the human body's incredible journey. It also does empathy and respect for life. By showcasing the development of the preborn baby, the video helps foster a sense of wonder and respect for a human life. It allows students to connect emotionally with the subject matter, prompting empathy and compassion towards the preborn children. This in turn can lead to more thoughtful and respectable decision-making in their personal lives. It also provides informed decisions. The video equips students with the knowledge they need to make informed decisions about their reproductive health in the future. Understanding the complexities of pregnancy and fetal development is essential for both young men and women as they transition into adulthood. Critically thinking in debates. Moreover, incorporating this video into our curriculum can spark valuable classroom discussion and debates. It encourages students to think critically about ethical, moral, and scientific aspects of human life and development. Such discussions are vital for developing well-rounded, informed citizens. In conclusion, the inclusion of Meet Baby Olivia video in our school curriculum is not just about teaching biology, it's about fostering empathy, promoting informed decisions, and encouraging critical thinking. I ask you to support HB 667 and help provide our students with this non-political, non-religious, comprehensive, educational on preborn human development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Representative Sellers, for bringing this forward and for showing us those videos as well over email. My question is that this bill amends RSA 193E by inserting after section 3F a new section, that would be section G. And the previous bill also is the same section. So if both were to pass, does one override the other, or how would they work if they're both the same section?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's if they both pass, one would become G and one would H-I-G. The next one, what is H? So
Okay.
I need to go back to school.
Yeah,
Thank
I think it's the last bill that passes that language, unless there's a modification, an amendment to the bill.
Got it. Thank you.
Representative Sully, did you have,
I did. Thank you. Sorry.
excuse me, sir. You weren't-
Sorry, I was disconcerted for a moment.
Sure, yes.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So, I have two questions. One is just looking at the live action site, it talks about its stance on attempting to change people's minds and perspectives. And you're claiming that it's a nonpartisan, non-judgmental, or whatever, all the various adjectives. So if they state on their website that their goal is to change people's minds and perspectives, doesn't that indicate they are taking a specific stance?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So any case, again, I have to start somewhere. I'm not necessarily saying it needs to be their video. There's also an endowment for human development, which has a similar video, which is absolutely neutral. And I think it's either 5 minutes or 9 minutes long. So we could use that one as well.
May I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up?
And I noticed that you're adding, in addition to saying that this should happen in high schools, that this should be a requirement for university students. And my understanding is that although I was not yet an adult when I arrived at university, the majority of people, when they get to university, are adults. And shouldn't they be able to make the decision for themselves about whether or not to watch a video?
Yeah, you would think so. These are state universities and state community colleges, so the state has a right to say what they should or shouldn't be doing.
Representative Hall.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for taking my question. Could you speak to the tens of thousands of dollars that this is in the fiscal note, what, what that's for?
I can only say the fiscal notes are estimates, right? They're estimates. I mean, a lot of, they just don't know how much things will cost. They put something in there.
Follow up?
Yes.
In here, it does say that the community college system, theirs is an estimate, but theirs is 10 to 100,000 per year. On top, the university system said $135,000, UNH. So my question is, does that seem like a lot of money for showing a video?
To me, it is a lot of money, and that's why I believe it's just an estimate. I can't believe it costing that much, but again, I don't know.
Thank you.
It doesn't seem right.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Representative, I'm sure you're well aware that New Hampshire's university system is the least funded out of 50 states in the bottom, and that this additional cost of the least funded university system in the state is a problem. My concern about the university system is my question is that you're asking for mature adults who are over 18 years old to pay money to go to college, to sit there and watch a 3-minute video, and then have the university certify that before you can graduate, you watched a 3-minute video. That's what this bill says. Was that your intent?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the intent is for every person entering the university system or community college would see that video at least once throughout their time being there.
And
Follow-up?
And if somehow they don't watch that and the university can't certify that, they don't graduate from college, they don't watch a 3-minute video on biological development?
Again, it's 3 minutes. When you actually do all your paperwork, signing into the community college, you would look at that video for 3 minutes and it would be done, it would be all signed off.
Just question, to clarify, my question is, if they don't watch that, you're saying that these people cannot graduate from college?
That's what I put in the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Sellis, for coming in front of us again. So knowing that all freshmen have to take orientation, would this not be a good video to put into that freshman orientation?
Thank you for the question, and that would be perfect. That would be the exact time it should be there.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. All other areas of curriculum, there is an opt-out function that serves so that parents might decide that they don't want their children in these grades to be able to watch these videos. And also, if you're an adult, why shouldn't you be able to opt out?
I didn't put that I didn't put that in there, sorry.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we'll limit testimony to 3 minutes for everyone, and that seems to be what is on the cards that I have in front of me. So we will check that time. And next, call up Representative Paige Boschman, if I pronounced that close to correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, it was very close, Boschman. You said it slow, but it was right. Thank you to the committee for having me here today. My name is Paige Boschman. I am a representative from Nashua. I represent Nashua's Ward 4. I am here as a healthcare provider as well as a parent. I am a women's health nurse for the last 15 years. I work in a sexual wellness clinic where I educate patients, as well as being certified as a sexuality educator for grades K through 12. So I am here with that perspective. I will tell you that I did not watch the movies, and the reason is because any specific video should not be legislated. So whatever the video is, I don't know that that's in alignment with evidence-based, with what the best curriculum would be. This should be shown, any movie should be shown in context of the rest of the curriculum with the students in mind in terms of their maturity levels, their emotional health. It needs to be tailored to that audience, and only the instructor can do that. It might be different from school to school, from grade to grade, from class to class. It is completely inappropriate to legislate what a child would see. Now, I don't think anybody here would agree that a math teacher should be writing English curriculum, or that someone in this room should be writing mental health curriculum. The same goes for sexuality education. We should leave it to the experts. There are people who have advanced degrees in this. There are people who have master's degrees in sexuality education. There are physicians, there are nurses, nurse practitioners. We know how to write this curriculum because that is what we do. We use neutral, scientific, evidence-based materials because we have access to them and we know what the resources are. I would also like to say, as a parent, I agree with that option, what was brought up about opting out. There's no way I would ever allow my own children, with the expertise that I have, to watch something that came about in this way. And I don't want my kids missing school that day because there's no option for an opt-out. That's it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Representative Klug.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the word neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that this bill is neutral?
Having seen the wording of Baby Olivia and I've heard a few things about the video. Admittedly, I have not seen it, but what I've heard even in this testimony is language that is not generally considered neutral language. The best thing we can do in sexuality education is present facts. And one other thing is, excuse me, I'm so sorry. All of this information is already included in sexuality education classes in an appropriate way. There's nothing here. And that's because we want to give the science behind it. And so all of this is already covered in most programs. And yet we have a huge fiscal note to dictate something that is not evidence-based and is already being provided.
Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. My high school senior is currently doing a dual enrollment class in child development, and in the fall semester, a large portion of that was in fact talking about the development from gestation, well, actually pre-gestation, because they had to look at, how sperm and egg happen to meet to create gestation as part of their curriculum about it all the way through, and they're now working on the next level of child development. Do you think it's essential to have a video of any kind in order to teach those skills, or do you think that there are other materials that are already in existence and already being used either by child development teachers or by health educators in the high school level to cover those topics without videos being essential?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, there are other videos that exist, and there are lots of other materials. Personally, I have taught in a 5th and 6th grade sexuality education class, as well as currently I'm teaching 7th and 8th grade. We go over the stages of fetal development, and we do it with illustrations that can be labeled. And so that's just one example. But as I said, I'm not opposed to videos. I think, again, that the instructor needs to decide what is most appropriate for the students in that class. And that's what I do as an educator.
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. So as you have read, reviewed, and spoken to the bill and evidently understand the concern expressed by the sponsor, I just want to be clear that I'm hearing you say as a health educator that you believe that the concerns that are expressed in this bill are already adequately covered, and therefore it would be redundant in one sense, and in another sense, the videos themselves are really not necessary because you're already including materials that would cover the same topics and concerns that are included in the videos.
Thank you for that question, Representative. I would say, of course, I am not privy to every single sexuality education course being delivered in the state. What I can say is that best practice and the standard of this education absolutely includes this. I don't know how you would teach somebody about the reproductive system without covering gestational development. So that would be my assumption, unless it's a very low quality program.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us. So you mentioned that you thought the language was not considered neutral. Can you point out any specific thing that led you to believe that the language wasn't neutral?
Absolutely. If you just let me take a look here. Even just saying meet baby Olivia is making an assumption, and I know this is debate, but making an assumption either way about calling a baby already is not scientific, and so that does skew in a certain argument.
Thank you. Quickly, please.
Yeah. Actually, I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Walter
Thank you.
Ansel.
Hello again. I'm Walter. I am a clump of cells, a former fetal anomaly, a high school student, and an aspiring parent. And I would like you to support HB 667. Now, why do I say I'm a clump of cells? Because I am. The human body is a majestic thing, and when we are in our mother's womb, that is no different. The science of prenatal development is an awe-inspiring process which is far more important than frogs and clouds to the average high schooler. In school, we study how cells work. We study the formation of plants and reproduction, and the reproduction of the tiniest forms of life, such as viruses and bacteria. It follows that as humans, we need to learn about our own species' earliest development. Prenatal development is an established science and should not be reserved for those studying medicine. Cellular reproduction serves as proof that any other organism is alive. It is also true of humans at their earliest stages. Basic embryology demonstrates that human zygotes are alive, that they are the first diploid cell of an organism which carries the full genetic information for that individual. These cells feed, grow, and reproduce. In the 1970s, ultrasound imagery made it look as if we were a strange blob in a pocket of fluid. Today, we can see things in great detail using 4D ultrasounds. Using today's imaging, doctors can see that by 7 weeks gestation, the beginnings of the human form, the head, the eyes, and the hands become clearly visible. By 8 weeks, they can see the baby's heart beating. By 12 weeks, the whole human form is visible. The babies have all of their organs, and they just need time to grow and to get stronger. It has been shown in prenatal surgeries and early abortion procedures that babies as early as
Yeah. Your point Yes, thank you. Yes, please keep this to the bill.
Okay. As an aspiring dad, I want to know the truth about my future children's development to make sure that they can live the best life possible. As a former fetal anomaly, I think it's important for my generation to know the technologies that doctors use to perform surgeries on tiny children in the womb who may be developing abnormally. This may help to demystify disabilities and to show how new treatments, love, and support can make fetal anomalies less scary. I ask you to pass HB 667 so that students like me will not be denied the truth about how our bodies are formed and how our children will be conceived, grow, and develop from conception through birth. Knowing how we are created gives us all a greater appreciation for life and for the courageous women who bear us into the world. God bless you, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Sarah McNeil. And let's everyone try and keep our comments, the testimony, to the bill itself, not on a broader topic that can be addressed maybe in future legislation. So let's stick to the bill, please.
Good morning, Representative Cordelli and committee. My name is Sarah McNeil. I'm a parent and recently retired registered nurse. I volunteered as a court-appointed special advocate for abused and neglected children. I did that for a number of years. I also worked for a number of years at a clinic that performed abortions. Before and after the abortion, I was with the client. I strongly oppose House Bill 667 for several reasons. This 3-minute video, which I did watch, entitled Meet Baby Olivia, is clearly geared toward indoctrination of a young minds. Calling an embryo a baby and giving it a name, Baby Olivia, is totally misleading and likely to be confusing to some children. I want to interrupt what I had written initially because some of this testimony was written in part because of the article in the newspaper, which was addressing this to grade school children also, not just 9th grade and on. So some of that indicates this. Another reason is the video states that, quote, life begins at fertilization, and also says when a new human being comes into existence. Many would disagree with that statement given their own religious and scientific backgrounds. There are several inaccuracies about the gestational development, but I will leave that to physicians to address. However, using words and phrases such as, quote, fertilization or spontaneous reflexive movements, and even the word uterus, are likely words not understood by some children. Also, this video uses words and phrases such as touching her face, sighing, stretching, playing and exploring, unquote, which are also misleading as being purposeful functions and also addresses the viability of the fetus at various developmental stages that just is not true. Following a showing of this video, this is something I think everybody needs to think about. Who's going to be responsible for answering the questions that these children may have, these students may have? A young student might say, how did that baby get inside the belly? There's a lot of adults that still don't know that, but it could happen. Or, will I have a baby inside me at some point? As I said, I was addressing more of a younger child on this. Or what if I don't want a baby inside me? The way this video is, it's just a miracle of life. It's going to happen. It doesn't even, the male is never mentioned at all. It's just a miracle that happens inside, presumably, a woman's body. An older child might ask, what does fertilization mean?
Ma'am,
Just
if
a
you
couple
could wrap
things.
up.
So that was the questions, who's going to answer these questions? My last thing was in this bill, it is mentioning that the video will be shown to public school children. What about children that are homeschooled or children that are in private schools, which seems to be more and more of an emphasis these days? What's going to happen about all these children? Are they just not going to be educated about the facts of life? Or will be left to their parents, which probably is the best way to do it anyway.
If you
So
could
I
wrap up,
thank you,
please.
I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
I do have copies of it.
Great, thank you very much. That's appreciated by the clerk in particular. Yep. The Honorable Kurt Welpler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, I am Kurt Welper. I'm chairman of New Hampshire Right to Life, and I'm here in full support of this bill. There's been a lot of serious questions asked, and I'd like to give my answers to a couple of those questions. One of them we just heard was the ability of bias, or sounded like political orientation in terms of this video. And what I can say to you is that in my viewing of that video, there is no such thing. Even the example of misapplication of terms, my understanding, those were not inaccurate. They may not be what we call scientifically correct in the sense of a baby and using that term. But all the terms that we use to describe humans from conception until death are simply markers of one thing or another. They all describe the same human being. The baby is a fetus, the baby is this. We become adolescents, we get old, we become senile, whatever that is. All of these adjectives that we use or synonyms are synonyms for the same thing. That's the human being who's the object of abortion and who are being killed by the millions. In terms of, so this bill simply asks that public school children, and I would agree it should be all children, know about the miraculous development that occurs during a pregnancy. And I used the term miraculous carefully. I saw that video. I was amazed at what happens at several days. I wasn't surprised by what happens at several weeks or months. I'm very familiar with those. And children love this information. They just love it. And will they ask difficult questions? Yes. But there's an answer call that's above my pay grade. It's not within this, just like what you're, right now, you're not talking to that bill. When you get to the college level, I do agree there probably should be an opt-out, but this is a question that the law deals with all the time, right? For whom do we mandate and to whom do we give freedom to object? So if that's what the committee thinks it should go, put it in. But it's just as important all the way through. And the video is not, the idea of calling baby Olivia, yeah, it's prejudicial in the sense that the whole video is prejudicial toward the value of human life and our respect for it, which, by the way, is a fundamental foundation of all of Western civilization. So if you're in favor of keeping humans alive, innocent humans, now that makes you biased, politically something? No. I urge you to support the bill.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a clarification, I want to make sure I heard you accurately, Representative. In two comments, I wrote down it, but I could have screwed up, I'm getting
Sure.
here. That you said that some of the terms in the video may not be accurate. I think that's what I wrote down as a quote.
The argument against those bills is that they're not used in the way that medical professionals or Scientologists, people who study these things, use them, which is fine. We don't talk about those in those terms. Those terms, I've seen plenty of videos of
I get
babies.
that. I understand that. I was just repeating what you said.
Okay.
The second one, I want to make sure I was correct. You said the video is prejudicial.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Judy Pelletieri.
Thank you. I'm Judy Pelletieri from Warner. I'm a retired public school educator. I served 22 years as a principal in the towns of Newport and Grantham and Warner. And I had the privilege and the wonderful experience of observing how life is taught in K through 8. The idea of a video is something that teachers do use, but in the early grades, hands-on learning, taking a direct role in learning is so much more valuable. I saw kindergarten, usually the primary grades, kindergarten through 3, teachers would have incubators and they would hatch baby chicks, sometimes baby ducks. One teacher actually was successful in an aquarium in raising baby frogs. This is something that teaches gestational development in a very meaningful way to little children. They chart the 21 days of the embryo developing, they candle the eggs, and you can imagine how excited they are when they hatch. Then empathy, decision-making, these children care for these baby chicks, and the families are involved. It's a very exciting way to teach. It's also a very developmentally appropriate way. I think that teachers are experts in knowing the materials to use, knowing how their children think, how they learn, and this kind of experience is something meaningful and lasting and does so much more than simply showing a video. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, except for Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the ability to clarify here. Principal, thank you. Welcome. Just a quick question. In your multiple years of being an educator and a principal, have you ever seen valid instruction that does not have a Q&A after a video?
Well, thank you for that question. Good teaching always has Q&A after every lesson, especially videos. They need to be discussed in order to be understood.
Thank you.
Representative Selleck?
Thank you. I didn't hear you say specifically, are you in favor of or opposed to this bill? And I just wanted to make sure I mark, and I may have missed it because I was calling.
I'm sorry.
I should make sure I marked that.
I should have started with that. I am against Bill 667.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And the final card that I have is for Charlotte Antel.
So in an effort to keep things a little more bill-oriented, and I'm going to have to shelve a little bit of what I had planned to say and go a little bit more based on my experience. So I should have probably mentioned that I am a career educator. I've taught 8 years in high schools and also been a faith formation director in my parish. I've dealt with kids who have been from all walks of life. My first job was an inner city all-girls Catholic institution. We would discuss just about everything because they're girls. And one of the things that we delved into was prenatal development, as well as IVF, abortion. And I had the privilege of teaching the very first test tube baby in Delaware at that school. And I bring this up, it just kind of hit me that I should bring this up here, because there was no kid in that school who had a better sense of how loved she was and who she was as a human being than that little girl. It just wasn't. Because she had her mother's journal about the whole experience, all the things she suffered, all the money they paid, all the sacrifices that they went through. And it was difficult for me as a teacher to then go to her and say, but you understand how the process works, and there are some ethical problems with that. And I met with the parents and I walked them through how I plan to teach it. We set up debates. We talked about the issues. Kids were allowed to do research on fetal development when it develops properly, as well as when there are fetal anomalies. Both of my kids had fetal anomalies, and I was given my options, which just horrified me because everything is so streamlined now to make it so that women can abort for any reason without even counseling. You know, up at Dartmouth, I know that up at Dartmouth, they gave me a sheet of paper that just said fetal anomaly with a code, and that was my counseling. I got it in the mail. That was after my ultrasound. So I bring this up because I am very concerned that we offer children a standardized education. We are concerned about standardizing education in every other realm except this one. This is the one where everybody fights back because they don't want the words to be used. The fact that a zygote becomes an embryo, becomes a fetus, becomes a baby, becomes a human. They are all the same. So I need to know that you guys are invested in giving our children the truth.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. And with that, we'll end the testimony on House Bill 667 and move directly to House Bill 730, which is requiring school districts to educate and provide information to students regarding adoption during health education for grades 9 through 12 and in college in certain circumstances. And once again, Representative Sellers, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Representative Sellers, Grafton 10, Bristol and Bridgewater. I'm bringing this bill forward for adoption because information is powerful. And if you have that information, you can make right or decisions, what you think are right or wrong ones if you don't have the information. So knowing that our teens and young adults are sexually active and could end up with an unexpected pregnancy, I would want them to know that this information's out there. And a lot of them don't know. They don't even know where to get the information or where it is or it's out there. Now this one doesn't require any video, it's just information. And again, this one looks at if they're doing a clinic, if I remember the bill correctly, that they would provide this at this point. The other reason I'm bringing this up too is, and I'm not going to keep this long, is that there's 36 families waiting for every one child to be adopted. I mean, people are waiting a long time to be adopted, and these kids at least will have an option to their unexpected pregnancy, knowing that they could have someone else adopt their baby. And even today, there are many types of adoptions, but the two most common is called open and closed adoption. An open one, of course, is you know where your child is going and you may have more interaction throughout the child's years of growing. Versus a closed, you don't know anything about the adoptive parents or where your child has gone. So having this information, I believe, is very powerful for the kids at this point from grades 9 to 12, university and community college. And I can only say the number of waiting families for adoption continues to rise. There are people that want these babies. Thank you, and I hope you'd support HB 730.
Thank you very much. Questions, Representative Selig?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just looking at this saying that it's going to be a minimum of an hour discussion related to adoption. Are we prescribing that level of state control over any other area of curriculum, mandating specific numbers of hours or minutes to talk about a single individual topic, whether or not it's appropriate for the students in front of us?
Thank you for the question. I don't know if we mandate exactly the time frame. I don't know that. However, thinking back and looking at this, I know there's a lot of class time that's either in 40-minute segments or I believe an hour and 20-minute segments. So,
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Is it therefore your assertion that the state should make a determination about the specific amount of time any given subject is taught, as opposed to leaving that to local control and local decision makers?
the point I was trying to, thank you for the question. The point I was trying to make is that the kids, the students need to have time to understand, and also there's a lot of information out there on adoption. And my point is that they're going to be talking as question and answers. It will probably take up that hour.
So, yes.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Within the bill, you enumerate that you believe the Attorney General should have some sort of jurisdiction through Parents Pay 3A on enforcement of this issue. What impact to our judicial system and the Attorney General's office could there be, and have you received any feedback on that?
Thank you for the question. No, I haven't heard any feedback. The point of the Attorney General is I wanted to see this bill as far as adoption being taught. As long as it's being taught, there's no reason for the Attorney General to get involved. If it's not, there are some school districts that will just blatantly ignore.
Thank you very much. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us again. I too share a concern about that clause with the Attorney General. Would you be open to taking that particular portion out of this bill? Because the rest of the bill has an immense amount of merit, but that I am also concerned with. We don't put that type of penalty on any other thing in our education system right now. So would you be willing to have that deleted?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Again, this bill becomes your bill now. And I would just hope that the bill would go forward in one form or another. And it would be
Thank
useful.
you. Thank you for your testimony and bringing forward this legislation.
Thank you.
Next is Representative Paige Boschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the committee. I'm Paige Boschman. I represent Nashua's Ward 4. I am here again today, and I would like to emphasize that I work per diem at the Nashua Department of Public Health Intersexuality Wellness Clinic, where I do STI and STD testing and counseling all day long. So when I first saw this, I'm not really clear what STI and STD has to do with adoption. It's about STIs and STDs are about preventing infection. So there are many people coming in who aren't even trying to get pregnant, aren't thinking about getting pregnant. And frankly, many people who come in to get STI testing, are embarrassed. It takes a lot for them to get there. They may not want to go there. And I understand I work in public health, but this is similar to the kinds of clinics you would see on college campuses. So I do believe that that is a similar transfer of information and experience, because college students are young adults, and that's who I see. I see kids and people that age all the time. What I'm afraid of is that this creates an extra barrier or another piece that folks in this situation probably don't want to sit through. They want to go, they want to get their STI and STD tested, they want to get in and out. They don't want to be kept in listening to information that they're not there to hear about. And I am afraid that that will keep people from coming into the clinics. And so this, I do believe, has the potential to increase the risk of HIV, STDs, STIs, and unintended pregnancies, because we don't have people coming in to get that education, right? If they've got an STI or an STD, they need some education around safer sex practices. And I'm really afraid that this will decrease the number of people coming in to get that. I do want to add that I, as a healthcare gynae nurse, I'm often the first person who will talk to a person when they call and say, I think I might be pregnant. And you learn never to say congratulations, because some people want pregnancies and some people don't. And so the appropriate way to handle that as a provider is that some people did not intend to get pregnant, but they're happy about it. Some people did not intend to get pregnant and they're not happy about it. And so good care is giving them all their options. We want every patient to be fully informed before they make their decision. So I can tell you that in every place that I've worked, and even when I had staff, people are required under my management, I can't say everywhere, but this would be best practice to give the option of adoption. Anywhere that I've had resources, we have equal resources. We have abortion, we have healthcare providers, and we have adoption resources, because that's good care. Oh, I'm so sorry. Finally, I just wanted to say that the fiscal note, again, is over $100,000. I'm curious why we want to spend that amount on education that should be happening anyway if healthcare providers are meeting the standards of their profession, which I'd like to assume most are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see no questions. Thank you very much again for your testimony.
Thank you again.
Walter Antel.
Good afternoon and hello again. I would like you to support HB 730. To that extent, I would like to begin with a statistic that according to HHS, there are sadly over 1,000 children that are in the New Hampshire state adoption system. On my page, there is a link. That is 1,000 children without a home or a family. Now, no matter what political party you are on, whether you are left or right, I think we all want that number to be zero. If our generation are going to be the ones to solve this problem of orphan children struggling to find homes, then we need to understand the adoption process, its flaws and failings, as well as its joys and its successes. And to make the process easier for families who would otherwise turn to more expensive, flawed, and risky procedures like abortion or IVF. Because abortion was never meant to be used as birth control. No young woman wants to grow up and have an abortion. They dream of the day that they'll have a family. Abortion always ends in a dead baby. Yeah. Sorry. So I believe that teaching the next generation is the fastest and most sure way to get anything done, and that there is an urgent need to solve this problem of the 1,000 children without homes. And we need to learn how to deal with this problem in a way that does not just write many of these kids off to abortion before they are born. So help us to have the information to be able to be the generation where the 1,000 becomes zero and where all homeless children have a real and loving home. I ask you to please support HB 730. God bless you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Charlotte Antel.
Hi, again, my name is Charlotte, and I would ask you to support HB 730. I've been privileged to know many families who have adopted children of all ages and abilities. Some of them have adopted many children with disabilities. Some of them adopt children who have fatal diagnoses to love them for as long as they have them because they need a place to be. These people give me hope in a way that, frankly, pardon me, most of the discussion today has not. I want, more than anything, for our children to recognize these people as heroes. We need to destigmatize adoption. What people hear about adoption usually revolves around what's going on in the foster care system. There's a lot of horror stories, and they're true. They're absolutely true. Our kids are already watching videos about this. There was a recent release of a movie called The Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot in Texas, where an entire church decided to empty the foster care system and adopt all of the children, in spite of what that meant for them financially, personally, through their marriages, with dealing with their own kids, and all of it. And because they pulled together as a community, they gave everyone hope. And they made a video about it. And it inspired thousands of people who attended that video.
Charlotte, if we could stick to the bill, please.
So I would ask, really, that we give every tool we can, that we bring in people to talk about their experiences through the adoption process, that our children are given what they need to be able to fix a very broken system, because there is an urgent need. These children have lives at stake, and it's not enough to say, how are we going to pay for this? Or what is it that we're going to, where are we going to find the time? We're talking about the lives, nothing less than the lives of our future kids and their families. So we need to give them the tools.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And one more person, Representative Lori Corzine. Welcome to Education Policy.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee. I had no plan on talking on this bill today, but I just felt like I should. My name's Lori Corzine. I live in Berlin. I am a foster and adoptive mother. My husband and I adopted our two boys from the foster care system. Depending on the day, I would or would not recommend it. But I am today a grandma because of it, and there's nothing better in the world. I can say, I don't want to say how long ago I was in school, because that will tip you off on too much information. But I remember learning a lot of things in school. I remember learning the Pythagorean theorem. I remember learning the quadratic equations. I remember learning that, if I ever got into trouble with an unplanned pregnancy, that I could either have the baby or abort the baby. But I was never taught about the abortion statistics in the US. I was never taught that there's a waiting list right now in every state in the nation. Those are waiting lists of people ready, willing, and just dying for the chance to adopt a baby. I think it's a great idea to put adoption education in our public school systems. That's all.
Thank you very much. I guess that ends our testimony on House Bill 730. And we're... Okay. Yep. So as soon as our prime sponsor gets here, we'll commence with the hearing on House Bill 557 relative to the information that appears on the school budget ballot.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
They said something on for the record, but I'm not sure that, is there something else on its way down, or do I have that?
I think you have everything. Thank you very much. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 557 relative to the information that appears on the school budget ballot. And we welcome a co-sponsor, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Policy Administration Committee. My name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I'm here to introduce this on behalf of my state rep, Representative Barry, who is unable to be here today. This bill is pretty straightforward. I think it adds additional context and transparency to a school district ballot. So what would happen is once the budget is adopted during a deliberative session, it goes to a ballot. The new requirement under this, if this law were to pass, would be to add a couple contextual things to the ballot to inform voters of what's happening in their school district. From my experience in Goffstown in particular, we have a deliberative session and they go really, really in depth on the budget and there's strong presentations and, you know, voters get a lot of detail, but unfortunately there's only about 300 voters, right? They're like, I mean, there's just people that don't show up to these things, which is not a good thing. We should have more involvement. And I think that by informing the actual voters on town meeting day, some of this information will be helpful in their decision-making process. So the information that would be added is the average cost per pupil defined by the average daily enrollment of the preceded year, the average daily enrollment for the district for the previous 5 years, and the average full-time teacher to administrative ratio. So like I said, I think this is pretty straightforward. I'm not like the expert on it, but I do know that I serve on a budget committee. I think this is a pretty reasonable request. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Representative Alexander? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I served on school boards, and I've never seen anything on a ballot that would present this type of information. A warrant article on a ballot is specific to the question at hand. It does not typically have any contextual information on it at all. So I'm wondering why you feel that this is important to put on a ballot.
Well, I thank you for making my point. I think there should be contextual information to how the school budget is functioning. I think there's not enough information for voters. So I think in some ways, in Goffstown, for instance, last year, our school budget went down because voters were concerned about the rising taxes, but they didn't know the context of the per pupil enrollment and other things. And I think if this information is on the ballot, it could support our local schools and, help with the budget.
follow-up, please?
Yes.
Most towns or communities usually send out newsletters or put out information that provides the context for what you will be voting on. And I know that there was a bill last year that actually had this information must be presented at the deliberative sessions. So I don't see, we've already given that to the public twice, why it needs to be on the ballot. So again, it seems redundant and it seems inappropriate.
I don't think informing voters is inappropriate, and I don't think it's redundant. I don't think you can be too redundant.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. And thank you,
Of course.
Representative. One of my questions is around, I think, what Representative Valboni was saying around voter guides, packets that exist at the table when you check in that have all of the slide decks that are about to be shared, and also the school board's continual conversation with the voting public in their meetings throughout the academic year that inform voters about enrollments, about changes in budgeting. There are also budget committees that discuss these things. So I guess to that end, I am curious to know whether or not putting this on the actual ballot itself could potentially lead to other confusion for the voter.
No, thank you for the question. I don't think so. I mean, like I said, I serve as chair of the budget committee, and I mean, these are conversations that come up. But keep in mind that, you know, the voters that want to access this information will find the information. There are voters that go in and vote, and you know, there's, I mean, in Goffstown, what do we have, like 30 different things to vote on in March, and it gets to be something overwhelming for voters. So having, you know, where they have to do research on 30 different articles, that seems to be a lot. So I think by informing voters on this specific school budget, I think is important, because it is, like I said, a very vital piece of the ballot. And based on RSAs, it doesn't appear right at the top. It appears like further down the ballot. So this will help inform voters, and I think it's important. But the voter guide is a valuable resource, and the information that's given at deliberative a valuable resource. But I don't think there can be more.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that end, I guess my other question is, are there any associated costs with potentially having to print a ballot that would be maybe 2 pages or 3 pages if we're continuing to put all of this information in the underneath the multiple warrants on the actual ballot itself?
Yeah, that's a good question. And you know, you live in Amherst, right? So I think like my ballot's like 4 pages or 5 pages in Goffstown. It really just depends. I think there may be an added cost, right? But I mean, when you vote on town meeting day, they hand you like 4 pieces of paper, and you're just like, please flip it over, flip it over. It's like, it's a lot, but I think it's a cost that obviously there's not a fiscal note on it, so I don't think that anybody thinks it's a significant cost.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you speak to how this affects SB2 districts versus non-SB2 districts?
Well, I anticipate that this would only, I guess I'm not the election law expert on this. I think I'm just referring to what's happening in our SB2 towns. So I can't speak to like the cities in particular, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Because if they have a traditional town meeting, there wouldn't be a ballot, and they would provide the information at the town meeting. Does that answer your question? Well, okay.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. My question's about lines 11 through 13. The average full-time teacher to administrator ratio. I don't know if you know, we have a bill before us about part-time teachers who would teach under 20 hours. So I don't know how that would affect this, because we could have a lot of the part-time teachers who would be there to teach different classes. And also, administrator means all other full-time positions. What would be included under that?
So the first question about part-time teachers, I believe that school districts measure this on part-time or equivalencies to full-time positions. So that's how I would read the law, is like if it's a part-time, it's like a 0.4 of a teacher or 0.5 of a teacher, depending on how many hours they spend in instruction. So that's how I'd read the law on the first one. And regardless, to administrators, it says means all other full-time positions. I think we're talking about positions like special ed coordinator. But that aren't primarily associated with educating our children in an educational space.
Follow up?
Follow up.
That's not clear to me though, because it says all other full-time positions. Could it mean the custodians? Could it mean the nurse? Could it mean the guidance counselor? Cafeteria workers?
I mean, that's a great question. I don't think that anybody's trying to lead people on and saying like custodians are administrators. So if there's something that you would like to clear up the language, I'm sure the sponsor would be grateful for. But I don't think that we're
It's full-time.
trying to imply that custodians are administrators, and I don't think anybody would think that. But
But it follow up?
Follow up.
But somebody could interpret it that way.
I guess so. Yeah,
Thank you.
the sky could be light blue today as opposed to dark blue.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative
Thank you.
Alexander. Barrett Christina.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Barrett Christina, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 557. I do appreciate Representative Alexander's testimony, knowing he was filling in for Representative Berry. I'd like to point the committee to RSA 189:76, passed out of this committee, well, the former House Ed Committee, just last year, July 1st, effective date, July 1st, 2025, mandatory report to voters. Before any meeting at which any school district adopts a school budget, whether or not the school district has adopted the provisions of RSA 194C9B, a mandatory report to voters shall be posted in 3 appropriate places, 2 of which must be places of business and other public locations, posted 7 days prior to the meeting. The first line of the graph shall be titled average cost per pupil. The second line of the graph shall be titled average teacher salary. The third line of the graph shall be titled administrative salaries. The table shall be titled top administrator salaries. The information that would be posted on the ballot is already required to be posted on the school district website per action of this body not even a year ago. The second aspect that we have, Representative Cornell, we had the same question about administrator means all other full-time positions. All other full-time positions could be custodians, a school nurse. I don't know if paraprofessionals are working full-time or your food service workers are working full-time, but perhaps speech therapists and any number of full-time positions in any number of school districts across the state. Again, this information is also posted on the Department of Education website. If anybody wants to see the average cost per pupil, the Department of Education has been actively advocating awareness of, I believe it's called the I-Platform. The School Boards Association has done webinars with the department to bring that to light to our school board members and presumably out to the community at large as to how to find whatever data or information that you want to find about your particular school district. Further, we know that the school district is required to have a budget hearing under RSA 32 prior to annual meetings and prior to the budget being presented. Some communities have budget committees where the budget committee is hosting the budget hearing. We have deliberative sessions where voters can ask questions. So there's certainly other public opportunities for voters to ask questions about average teacher salary, number of staff, number of administrators, so on and so forth. And last, I just, as always, when we get bills like this, why just school districts? If it's good for school districts and transparency is the goal to make voters more informed, this should apply to towns, cities, village districts, and maybe the state budget. Maybe we can require some of these things to be put into House Bill 2 about the number of state employees and the number of salaries for agency heads and so on and so forth. So with that, the School Boards Association opposes House Bill 557, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Selig.
Can you just, at the beginning, you gave us a specific bill number. Could you say that again, but slowly, please?
Yes, so RSA 189:76. I forget the bill number from last year, but that law became effective July 1, 2025.
Thank you very much.
So I guess it's not effective now. My mistake, I just realized we delayed that a year, but anyway, it would be required moving forward.
Thank you. I just couldn't write as fast as you spoke.
If you could, the effective date again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I may have misspoke earlier. Representative Cordelli, the effective date is July 1, 2025. So let's say this bill did become law, they would be becoming law concurrently anyway, because this certainly is not going to be on the ballot in another 6 weeks or whatever at your annual meeting. So,
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. So would you not agree that this is very different than posting the information as opposed to printing it on a ballot?
thank you for the question, Representative. Sure, it's certainly different than posting it on the website than having it on the ballot in front of the voters as they're voting. But my point is that the information is already being required to be distributed to the voters and the community at large anyway, via the website and via the ability of people to ask questions at the budget hearing. And not even just the budget hearing, the budget committee meetings are supposed to be posted anyway, so there's ample opportunity for the public to attend budget committee meetings, school board meetings, and the deliberative session to ask these questions without it having to be printed on the ballot.
Thank you. See no further questions, except for Representative Selig.
Sorry, my kicking in slowly. When school boards, SAUs print their ballots for their town, the school elections, would this add extra cost, do you believe?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, I really don't know. I did hear Representative Alexander's comments. Let's say it was an extra page, and let's say the average ballot is 4 pages long. You know, and I don't know how many ballots are usually printed up in a town. Representative Alexander's from Goffstown, I believe. So let's say 1,000. So 10 cents a page times another 1,000, maybe an extra $100. So presumably there could be, but I mean, without looking through, you know, all the ballots and all the communities, it's hard for me to ascertain that. Thank you.
Now I think we're done.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying. I just got the gavel, so I guess I'm trying to use it.
That's wonderful, Mr. Chair.
So, Representative Jerry Frew, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going, Jerry Frew, Associate Executive Director of New Hampshire School Administrators Association. I'm not going to repeat the points that Mr. Christina has made, but there were some questions that were raised in my mind in looking at this bill. First, we agree. Transparency, voter education, understanding school budgets, absolutely essential. We wish more people would take the time to actually become more educated about school budgets and attend those school board meetings when they're presented and listen and hear the dialogue, understand the justification and rationale for things. So we are all about transparency and support and understanding of school district budgets. Some of the questions that came to mind in reading this bill. On line 6, section 2, immediately preceding the question, the following information shall be presented. One of the questions that came to mind is one other committee somewhere here in this building has talked about electioneering. And I don't know what the interface of electioneering and putting information, detailed information on a ballot would be, what that interface would be. I just don't know. I'm not a smart guy. It's one of those things that causes me to wonder, could there be a potential legal issue if you had detailed information on a ballot as opposed to another set of information? And I would cite that when I was the superintendent at Kearsarge, we had a deliberative session and all of the detailed information was handed out at the deliberative session. Everything was there that people needed to know, to support, ask questions, query the administration on who makes what, who does what. It was all in a separate piece. My question is, if that information becomes part of the ballot, does that constitute electioneering? Or does it constitute a potential, if something's misstated, does it constitute a legal challenge that then the school district has to incur in defending the ballot? I don't know. Barrett talked about the bills last year. Same question as raised by, I believe, Representative Cornell. If what classifies as an administrative position? I don't know what that would be. As a superintendent, in trying to build a budget, I would probably, in all honesty, try to include anything that could be construed as an administrative position. But does that need definition? The IT director, the special ed director, the facilities director, are they the principal, the assistant principal in the schools? What are administrative positions? I think that needs clarification. And the part-time question. If in fact part-time, full-time positions are being measured, to the question of how does part-time apply, a suggestion could be made that full-time equivalents would be a more appropriate wording of this, because there are, especially in some of our small rural districts, there are a number of part-time positions, all added up, you know, $1 million here, $1 million there, it all counts for something. But if you have a half-time music and a half-time art, that wouldn't necessarily factor into this language. So if you're really looking at the full-time equivalents of that's more transparent in terms of what you're hiring and have on hand for staffing, providing instruction. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. So would you not agree that as of late, most deliberative sessions aren't very well attended? Seeing as you were the superintendent, Kearsarge, I'm sure you've seen deliberative sessions before.
Thank you for the question, Representative Freeman, and I would respectfully disagree that, especially citing Kearsarge, I think their session was pretty well attended most recently. So, and it would be my experience, and again, I can speak to mine. I haven't been at other places. When I was in SAU 16, the Brentwood School District meeting, full house, you know, had to have lots of chairs in the gym, people standing around. So people participate in governance when given the opportunity.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Wouldn't you also agree that in addition to in-person attendance, there's also another modality that folks can watch things virtually and can be informed that way as well?
Thank you for the question, Representative Mary. I do believe that there are plenty of opportunities for people to observe through televised school board meetings, through televised deliberative sessions and televised meetings or otherwise projected. Those who want to procure information can. Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Something you brought up kind of struck me as another potential issue with the positions is my district is part of an SAU, and there are also co-op situations where we share administrators. And in terms of figuring that out, I mean, how do I figure it out? Like Rye has a certain percent, you can't really spell out how much time an administrator is spending on my town, Rye, or opposed to what's Greenland or Newington or Newcastle. I mean, I have no idea how you would define that. Do you also see that an issue with co-ops?
Thank you for the question. I would submit, Representative Balboni, that yes, there's some consideration. Again, I defer back to the experience in SAU 16. Various central office people had various responsibilities in the smaller communities, in the smaller towns, as well as responsibilities to the larger co-op and SST and the SAU as an umbrella, as a body. And I also, one of the questions that just came to mind is, in responding to Representative Balboni's question, is where do contracted service providers fit into the full-time, part-time staff? Right? Because and I think about special education. A lot of special education service providers right now are contracted services. So how does that, if you're trying to be transparent to the taxpayer about where the money's going, then how do the contracted services factor into this bill?
Thank you. See no further questions. I thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are SAUs unhappy with what they do right now? Generally speaking, you know, the whole project, do they need this?
No, we're a happy bunch of people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So I know that my school district, Oyster River, we have our own fleet of buses and our own internal bus drivers, but I know that that's not common across the state. Do you have a sense of how many districts subcontract out to external bus companies versus having an internal one, and how that would factor into this? And where they would be.
Thank you for the question, Representative Selly. I do not have the information in terms of who are their transportation providers versus who contracts with others. But once again, there's a full-time, part-time service component, if you will, of personnel that's providing service to kids and families there.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony. And with that, we'll close House Bill 557. And that ends our morning, and we'll resume at 1 p.m. with House Bill 394. Thank you. Have copies of the next bill, 394. Several of us do not. I'm just wondering how many copies we need. Oh, okay.
I have one.
So does anyone need one too? I'll go get some more.
Okay. That's fine.
Copies of our first bill for the afternoon, which is House Bill 394. And it's relative to the powers and duties of cooperative school district budget committees and the role of cooperative school district board member representatives on such committees. And our prime sponsor is here. Welcome to this Education Committee.
This is becoming a very familiar room for me. Thank you for having me. Those of you who were on the Education Committee last term heard from me when I presented two bills, and those two bills relating to cooperative school district budget committees were both ultimately referred to interim study. And in the interim study deliberations last fall, they were recommended for further legislation, and in the discussion, I concurred with the suggestion that they be merged into one bill. So 394 will look familiar to some of you. HB 394 has two distinct purposes. They're severable, but they fit into the general question of what we're asking our Cooperative School District Budget Committee to do for us. And so I think it's appropriate to have them in one bill. Speaking to them one at a time. What the bill does in line 15, 14 and 15, is it simply says that the school board's ex officio member sitting with the budget committee will not have a vote. And so why? Why do I think that this bill is necessary? First of all, the purpose of the budget committee is to provide expertise, to provide focus, and to provide some form of check and balance in terms of creating the budget with the administration and the school board. And the statutes say that a budget committee will be composed exactly in the same manner as the school board. So taking, I represent Charlestown, Newport and Unity. Charlestown is a member of the Fall Mountain Regional School District. It's one of 5 towns. And there's a delicate balance, as I think there is in most of these districts. It's a 7-seat school board with 5 prior districts, and each of those towns has 1 dedicated board seat, and then there are 2 at large. So naturally, you would expect from the statute that the budget committee would also have 7 members, 5 from each of the towns and 2 at large. But lo and behold, we now take 1 member of the school board and add them in and give them a vote. And the result is a little weird. So it means that the balance of the 7, each town having a representative and the voters at large deciding the other 2, is thrown off. It means that instead of the statutory design to have an odd number of votes, we end up with an 8th vote and an even one. And we have situations where that results in very ambiguous outcomes and guidance. And it means that we have given one individual extra power to have a vote on both boards. Coincidentally, the Fall Mountain deliberative session is this evening. I've spent a fair bit of time looking at the warrant, and there are quite a few of the warrants that involve a different vote from the school board and from the budget committee. And there are some where the budget committee is saying no and the school board is saying yes, or the budget committee is saying one figure and the school board is saying another. The whole purpose of having the budget committee is to provide the voters with more information. And as I said before, expertise, focus, and checks and balances. This is just a very, very weird thing where you look in one part of law and it says composed exactly alike, then you look at this and it throws it off. So please, I have no quibble with the role of an ex officio. I think that ex officio brings a perspective, acts as a liaison, facilitates communication. That's all good, but it doesn't require that person to have a vote. The second part of the bill, in the additional language added to subsection 2, in lines 22 to 29, is basically going to one point. Right now, our statute 195.12a is very clear that the annual budget must be referred to the Budget Committee. And it's not so clear that the Budget Committee should have the same sort of role in any other off-budget cycle new spending. No, I'm not talking about decisions to spend what's already been appropriated. I'm talking about those instances in the year, supplemental appropriations, some sort of an emergency hearing, or in fact, the question that arises every 2 years with the state aid. I'll explain that in a moment. Every one of those cases should equally have the Budget Committee's attention, and the voters should have the Budget Committee's evaluation and opinion. So here we are in a budget year, and what occurred 2 years ago in the Fall Mountain District is that the district's budget was set by the voters in March. The state's budget was set in June by the legislature and signed by the governor, and it included increased adequacy aid. So the increased adequacy aid is defined and approved and given a number after the school's budget has been approved. And the school board treated that in October as a windfall. They bypassed the Budget Committee and called a quick hearing to propose that about $280,000 be spent on paving and parking lots and a second entrance or egress to the high school. Now, whether that's a good thing or not is ultimately up to the voters. But again, the voters are supposed to be informed not just by the school board's opinion, but also the Budget Committee's opinion. So the purpose of this language is just to ensure that when new appropriations are asked for, they have to go to the Budget Committee, and that was never meant to be confined strictly to the once annual budget. Yeah. So I hope that explains the bill well. I think they're pretty self-explanatory and obvious. I certainly see very clear instances in my own district and community where these two things make a difference. And I imagine that many of you will probably also relate in terms of what you've seen in your own districts. So, glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate the clarity of your testimony.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the second part of the expenditure of the windfall
Yes.
and run it through to us had this been in place?
Right. So had it been in place, the school board would have referred this matter to the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee could have met quickly and given their opinion before the public hearing was held. And so when this public hearing was called, we have 5 towns. I think that's probably close to 8,000 or 10,000 voters, 2,600 or so in my town. And I was offered the call upon for the first question. And my question is, where does the Budget Committee stand on this? And they said, oh, we haven't referred it to the Budget Committee. I said, and why is that? And we got a legal opinion from the district's attorney who was sitting there saying, well, the statute doesn't explicitly state that anything beyond the annual budget has to go to the Budget Committee. And I said right then and there, well, I think a bill needs to be introduced to make that clear.
Just want to follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So going back to the windfall, under this provision, had it been there, so the school board would have said, say, yes, the Budget Committee would have said, say, no, and then it goes to the voters, just to those 2 recommendations, or would it stop at the Budget Committee? I'm not familiar with the cooperative school process.
Oh, right. No, the Budget Committee simply gives an opinion. They have no ability to approve or disapprove.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Representative Sully.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at lines 26, 27, etc., where it says no warrant article shall be printed on the annual town meeting ballot or special meeting ballot without the approval of the committee. And I'm curious if there's an item, for example, in my district, they just approved a new teacher contract after protracted negotiations, which at our deliberative session, the voters approved to go onto the ballot without amendment. But so in this case, if the budget committee disapproved of that negotiated contract, would that then hold it from being able to go? Because you just said that it was just advisory, it wasn't.
No, I think you're asking a very
So
good
I'm trying
question.
to understand how that's going to play together.
So I'd like to think this through carefully, read this carefully. Perhaps an amendment would address what you're asking. So let me just clarify what the intent is. The intent is not that the budget committee could prevent it from going to the voters, but rather that it would be referred to the voters with the vote, not just of the school board, but also of the budget committee. And if we can clarify that, that would be great.
May I ask clarification? Thank you so much. So you would say amending it to say that the warrant article shouldn't be printed on the ballot without the information from the committee or the opinion of the committee,
Correct.
for example?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
just
something very much along the lines of what you said.
Okay.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question.
Sure.
In the same sort of same area, same conversation, I'm trying to think about what would happen in the event of, are you asking for like the dispositive vote by the budget committee to recommend approval?
I'm not
For and
I'm not in
against, or like-
any way requiring an approval, and I think this goes to Representative Selig's question. What I would like this to require is that it be referred to the budget committee. Budget committee has an opportunity to assess it, to take a vote, and to have that vote recorded so that the voters are informed of where the budget committee stands. It's very important, not just to have a majority, but it's also very important for the voters to know when something is unified or whether it's divided. And so it may be 4-3 in favor, but I still think it's an important bit of knowledge that it was not unanimous.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up if I may. And maybe this was dealt with in election law at one point, but I do recall there being conversation around in the following lines 28 and 29 where it does say that the vote of the on each proposal shall be recorded and printed on the ballot. Is that in statute anywhere already?
It's not in statute in regards to cooperative school district budget committees.
Further questions? You sure?
I am.
Okay.
So thank you. I'm just thinking back to the previous bill where we had a question about electioneering based on information printed on a ballot. And I don't know whether this would raise the same legal question. I don't know if that's a question for you or for the sponsor or from an attorney. But just where that was a question that came up earlier today about could such information be construed as electioneering? I just don't know if there's a legal opinion on it.
My personal opinion is it would not be electioneering, just to have the vote of any committee. But I am also not a lawyer.
I would like to weigh in, but without the benefit of having heard what you were discussing earlier. I can't say whether this is a uniform practice across the state, but it's certainly a longstanding and uniform practice in the Fall Mountain School District that the warrant article does disclose the school board's vote on every warrant, including the requisitions from capital reserves and various other issues. Fall Mountain District only voted in March 22 to establish a budget committee under 195. And so this is only the third budget cycle, but the budget committee's vote is recorded in the warrant for the budget, for the school teachers or staff contracts, et cetera, et cetera. It's just these, what I'm aiming at here is these events that occur between the annual January, February, March cycle of budget hearing, deliberative, and ballot.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Again, I'm not familiar with the cooperative district process. I belong to an SAU, so it's a little bit different. So what I hear you're saying is you already have the authority to do this during the annual budget process. And what this bill is attempting to do is to allow it to occur for potential funds that might come up during the year and those purposes. But two questions. Is there a limit or a lower threshold of, expenditures where you see that it's important for the budget committee to weigh in on? And also, again, procedure-wise, in a public hearing, it says having a ballot. That's different for me too. I don't understand why you would have a ballot in a public hearing.
You don't have a ballot, taking your second question first, you don't have a ballot in the public hearing. You have a public hearing before it goes to the voters.
So, I'm sorry, follow up. So mid-year, you would have like another vote, a townwide vote?
I think the mechanics can vary, and how that vote is taken, I don't know. But all this is trying to get at is that the budget committee opines before the decision is made. I'm sorry, what was your first question, Representative?
Oh, the first question was on the a lower limit of, you're talking about capital expenditures. There's no, it could be anything. You don't have a lower, what amount of what you would be asking to weigh in on.
Right, that's true. The bill doesn't have a lower, and frankly, if the committee thought that there was some threshold over which this was meaningful, I would have no objection to that. But I would think that threshold would be very low. $10,000? Sure. 50, 100?
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With regard to lines 24 through 20, it's like 6.5-ish with regard to the expenditures and a public hearing until the budget committee has had an opportunity for review and evaluation. How do non-public sessions that are talking about all sorts of things that might have an expenditure to them through various types of negotiation be impacted by this requirement?
I don't think they'd be impacted at all. The 195 elsewhere, I don't have the citation off my top of my head, is very clear in saying that the kind of appropriation that I described that comes after the legislative budget is set, and generally in the fall, takes a while for those figures even to be calculated and disseminated out to the district. Very clearly requires a hearing. But the question of the hearing is, what's the value of the hearing if the budget committee hasn't had a chance to evaluate it and present their opinion? The purpose of the hearing is to inform the voting public and to allow them to ask questions. So that's the exact juncture that we were at in October 23 that prompted this bill.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Barrett Christina.
Thank you again, Chairman Cordelli. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association. I do want to thank Representative Spilsbury for having some conversations with NHSBA relative to this. I think there are some areas where we might be able to reach some agreement. I certainly understand Representative Spilsbury's position and explanation of some of these, some of his concerns and what the bill says. Some we might agree with, and some we might disagree with. I'm going to start with the first section that removes the school board member from having a voting voting right on the budget committee. I understand Representative Spilsbury's position that that individual is voting twice, once for the school board and then once on the budget committee. But I suppose and the concerns about it being an even numbered body and potentially for a tie vote, a couple points on that. One, rather than eliminating the school board members' vote on the budget committee, I suppose we could just amend the statute and add an extra member of the budget committee, another at-large position, so you would have an odd number of people still having the vote. Two, this body may be aware that from time to time, public bodies come out with tie votes, and then it goes to the larger body without a recommendation. We may have seen that a couple of times in this building over the last couple of years. So that might be one option. It goes on the budget or the whatever the warrant article is, goes on the ballot or goes to the annual meeting without a recommendation from the budget committee. And I guess the third aspect to that is nothing that you can really put in statute, but if there is continued disagreement among the budget committee as to whether or not to support or whether or not to oppose the budget, in my opinion, the school board needs to perhaps do a better job explaining the budget, and maybe there needs to be some better communication between the BudCom and the school board as to why the BudCom wants to cut or the school board wants to add. But I understand we can't legislate that, but I just wanted to throw that out there that, if we're having tie votes all the time or there's disagreement, then perhaps some deeper conversations need to be had among the bodies at issue. Relative to a couple of the other things in the bill and that Representative Spilsbury mentioned, there may need to be my concern with changing some of the provisions in the cooperative school district statute in 195-12A, I believe we're talking about, is that I think there are some provisions in RSA 32, the municipal budget statute, that speak to budgets and budget committees and recommendations on warrant articles that may need to be changed to encompass all budget committees and not necessarily just cooperative school district budget committees. For example, if we look at existing language, I'm on I guess the bill is only one page. So the first page of the bill, lines 19 through 21. Such cooperative school budget committee shall have all the powers and duties of the municipal budget committee under the provisions of RSA 32, insofar as the budget for the cooperative school district is concerned, and insofar as RSA 32 is applicable to cooperative school boards. So one point to raise, I believe there was a question about the notation of the budget committee, whether or not they recommend the warrant article or don't recommend the warrant article. This is RSA 32:5, and again, RSA 32, the municipal budget statute. RSA 32:5, paragraph 5. When any purpose of appropriation submitted by a governing body, the school board, or by petition, appears in the warrant as part of a special warrant article, the article shall contain a notation of whether or not that appropriation is recommended by the governing body, and if there is a budget committee, a notation of whether or not it is recommended by the budget committee. So if we've got a warrant article that calls for an appropriation and you have a budget committee, that budget committee is supposed to give their thumbs up or thumbs down, and that is notated on the warrant. Further along, I'm on page, I guess I'm still on lines 22 and 23. Additionally, the committee shall review and evaluate any proposed warrant articles or supplemental appropriations involving the expenditure of funds. I believe Representative Spilsbury said that current law says that the BudCom is only responsible for overseeing the general overall operating budget. As I read through the statute, this is RSA 32:16. The budget committee is responsible for, one, to prepare the budget as provided in RSA 32:5, and if authorized under the SB2 statute, a default budget. I think NHSBA can get behind the notion that if a warrant article is calling for an appropriation, whether or not it's the general overall operating budget, or it's a separate warrant article of $50,000 for the playground. If the BudCom wants to weigh in on that, I think that's completely reasonable. Again, that might need to go in RSA 32:5 though, and not necessarily in the cooperative statute. The one area where NHSBA would disagree with the bill, the last aspect of line 23 and on 24, including withdrawals from capital reserve funds not previously authorized. We would disagree with the budget committee necessarily having a say over the withdrawal from the capital reserve fund. The money that is put into a capital reserve fund has already been appropriated by the voters, whether or not that money has been raised by taxes, or oftentimes, looking back to your own districts, you'll probably see that year-end surplus is put into a capital reserve fund, and that may be, or it's not a capital reserve fund, but any reserve fund, that may be a capital reserve fund. It may be for special education purposes. You know, if there's year-end surplus, we're going to throw $100,000 into the special education trust fund, or the special education trust fund, so to build that up in case we get a high-cost kid that moves in. So that money's already been appropriated by the voters. The voters have already authorized that money to go into that trust fund. The way that operates now with how that is expended is RSA 35:15. This is the statute, capital reserve funds of counties, towns, districts, and water departments. Persons holding said capital reserve funds and trust, as provided in this chapter, shall hold the same until such time as the town, district, or county shall have voted to withdraw funds from such capital reserve fund, or shall have named agents of the town, district, or county to carry out the objects designated by the town, district, or county in a manner prescribed by RSA 35:3. Now, in many cases, if a school district has a reserve fund, the school board is named the agent of that trust fund and is authorized by the voters, to be clear, authorized by the voters to be the ones to expend that trust fund. So if we have $250,000 in a special education trust fund, and mid-year that budget looks like it's going to get blown for whatever reasons, we don't have to hold special hearings. The school board doesn't necessarily have to go back to the voters, doesn't have to go to the budget committee, because the voters have already authorized the school board to be the agent to expend that money. So we would disagree with the language in the bill about including withdrawals from capital reserve funds. We think, again, RSA 35 already authorizes whoever the agent is to be able to do that. Continuing on, no such expenditure may be the subject of a notice hearing or meeting of the legislative body until the budget committee has had an opportunity to review and evaluate. Be mindful of that language, because I'm looking at Representative Spilsbury talked about the Fall Mountain School District received some extra excess adequacy aid this year. There's a statute, RSA 197:3-A, special meetings for changes in education funding. We put this statute in, I want to say in 2011 or so, when there were some changes to the adequacy formula and districts were getting more money. They'd already had annual meetings. We weren't sure what the law was at the time, we meaning sort of the collective educational community, if you will, in New Hampshire, about whether or not we could accept that money, whether or not we had to have a special meeting to accept the extra money. So this states, again, 197:3-A. It says, in response to statutory changes resulting in reductions or increases in distribution of state revenues for education pursuant to RSA 198:41 to school districts, which would take effect after the adoption of the new school district budget after annual meeting, and would apply in the fiscal year covered by the new budget, the governing body of a school district may, after consultation with the budget committee, call a special meeting of the legislative body to consider a reduction, rescission, increase of appropriations made at the annual meeting. So in that circumstance, the budget committee has to be, I guess, just notified, but the budget committee does not have a vote or a say or make a recommendation whether or not that excess adequacy aid or what to do with it. Give it back to the taxpayers, put up a new roof, put in an HVAC system, whatever the case may be. So, again, there may be a change in a different statute beyond what is being presented today. If there's excess, NHSBA doesn't have an opinion on whether or not that excess aid should go to the BudCom for a vote. I guess just without thinking it through, I think we'd be pretty neutral on that. But The other aspect with, I'll skip that. Anyway, so I think that's going to wrap up my testimony. You know, some of the things, again, NHSBA can certainly get behind. You know, if there's any appropriation or if there's any warrant article that calls for an appropriation beyond just the budget, if the BudCom wants to review that, make a recommendation, I don't think NHSBA would have a specific objection to that. But I think that's more an RSA 32 issue, the municipal budget law, rather than a cooperative school district. So Representative Spilsbury and I have had some conversations. If you want to work together, sir, we can certainly try and do that. I think that's my testimony, and I hope I was clear. I know we've got sort of a shotgun approach with a bunch of statutes that are being impacted here, but I think more of these again relate to sort of the overall budgeting process rather than are necessarily specific to cooperative school districts. And with that, I will try to answer any questions, but I give you no guarantees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray, why don't you give it a try?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question and I just want to make sure I'm understanding your comment with regard to 197 3A.
Yep.
It is my recollection in past in various in the towns that I represent, there have been circumstances where special meetings were called, and it was am I understanding correctly, it is the vote of the body present to decide whether or not to return those funds back to the taxpayers?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, I believe it is. The school board, so just looking through the statute, special meeting, the governing, this is RSA 197:3-A. Paragraph 3, the governing body's warrant shall specify in one or more articles the amounts of appropriations proposed for reduction, rescission, or increase from the operating budget, or separate warrant articles, or both adopted at the annual meeting. So if the school board wants to expend that money, they need to have a purpose for it, whether or not it's just added to your general budget, or presumably this. I think the governing body, I think the school board has if the voters authorize the appropriation, I think the governing body has authority on how it's going to be expended. Whether or not that's again included in your general operating budget for a cost that maybe on an unanticipated cost, or the governing body certainly has the authority to return it to the taxpayers at the end of the year to reduce taxes for the following year. I believe that power rests with the governing body, though.
Representative Selleck.
Thank you. Very quick question. I wasn't entirely clear whether you objected to the school board member who's sitting on the budget committee being there without the ability to vote. I couldn't quite decide.
Yeah, certainly. So I mean, representing school boards, I'm going to say that individual should have a vote. I certainly understand Representative Spilsbury's rationale for the changes in the bill. Yeah.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My other question is with regard to that as well. Are there other circumstances where other types of ex officio members sit on school boards that are, not within a budget committee or not within a...
I think, don't quote me on this, I think there may be somewhere in statute or rules where the superintendent is deemed an ex officio member. That may be in Department of Education rules. And if I can find it in the interim and I catch you during a break or something, I can clarify that. But in terms of statutory, nothing is coming to mind in terms of statute, Representative.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you have any idea how many cooperative districts have a budget committee?
Thank you for the question. I don't know that, Representative. We know that there are 32 co-ops across the state. I don't know if the DRA has that or just it's not something that we've tracked.
Curious.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was there? Yes, Representative Spilsbury? Yes. Return trip to the witness chair?
Thank you. I'm not coming back to rebut and turn this into a debate, but just simply to clarify two things. Number one, I would encourage you in regard to the ex officio voting or non-voting capacity, not to further distort or complicate the bill by adding yet another member, which takes it further away from being balanced in the same fashion as a school board. So I would suggest that you do what the bill proposes. Regarding the Budget Committee's role, I think the reference to RSA 32 is important. And having been on the town's finance committee, I understand RSA 32 very well. And there's a lot of complication between the way 195 interrelates. But I think the problem is introduced right here in the text of 195.12a. If you look at the existing statutory language in lines 19 to 21, says such cooperative school budget committee shall have the powers and duties of the municipal budget committee under the provisions of RSA 32. It doesn't stop there with a period. It then says, insofar as the budget for the cooperative school district is concerned. And that's precisely the language that the attorney for the school district pointed to in arguing that nothing outside of the budget should be referred to the budget committee. So I'll just leave it at that. I think that the statute is in fact problematic. It needs a solution. And I would be very happy to work with Mr. Christina to offer you some language that address the questions, I think good questions that came out of this hearing.
Thank you for that. See no further questions. Thank you. And yeah, we look forward to getting a resolution for this. As you know, this is really held over from last term. So I think there is a solution within reach for this. And our next hearing is about a minute away. You're right. Yeah, right. Stick it in one of the holes in the speaker or something so I remember. Yeah. Maybe I can find a flag sticker or something to stick on here.
is not a new bill to the House. In fact, it's been introduced to the House before as House Bill 563. Very close in number. That was a couple of years ago. The same concept was introduced in the Senate in Senate Bill 155. It was passed by the Senate, but later killed by the House. What this bill does is it requires that the SAU budget be separated from the school district budget and placed on the ballot so that the voters can vote separately on the SAU budget. Why is this a good idea? Frequently, such as in my town of Epping, SAU 14, the administrative costs of running the SAU are buried in the school district budget, and it's virtually impossible for the average person to dig through that budget and find the line items that apply to the SAU. It would be extremely helpful to the voters for transparency purposes to be able to say, okay, this is an administrative cost versus this cost over here, which is to educate our students. Now, I know the role of the SAU is to provide services for the education of our students, administrative services, but increasingly over the last 10 years, those services have grown to include more than just educational services. And it would be useful for voters to be able to see that and make a decision for themselves about whether they wanted those services or not. After all, it's the voters' money, taxpayers' money. They ought to be able to choose how to spend that money. So this legislation will give voters that opportunity. Now, I know that last year, the House passed and the governor signed into law a provision that says that SAU budgets do have to be broken out separately and displayed prominently on the SAU website. But that law doesn't take effect until July 1st of 2025 rather. So those of us who are trying to make sense of our current school budget still don't have the opportunity to see the separate SAU costs as distinct from school budget costs. In addition, the law passed last year, while it requires the breakout of the administrative costs and the display of those costs on the SAU website, it doesn't allow the voters to vote separately on that SAU budget. Hence the need for House Bill 564 to allow the voters the opportunity to vote separately on the SAU budget. Now, because I'm suggesting that voters deserve this opportunity to vote separately on the SAU budget, doesn't mean that I believe that SAUs are not spending money wisely or that they are providing services that people don't want. I'm not suggesting that at all. The SAU in my town, SAU 14, I think does a great job. I know several of the people who work in the SAU office, and I interact with them frequently. They're all good people, working hard and doing a good job. Nevertheless, I still think voters ought to have a choice. Are there some administrative services that we want that we're not getting? Are there some administrative services that we are getting that maybe we don't want? Voters should have that choice, I believe. So that's why I've introduced House Bill 564. Hopefully, third time's a charm, and maybe this time this proposal will be able to move forward. I'm not going to talk too much more about that. I think I've laid out the case for this bill. I'd be happy to answer questions, but I will preface that by saying that I am no expert on education, the education statutes. I'll do the best I can to answer questions, but if I come up short, it's because I'm more of an expert about energy than I am about education. So thank you, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. First, thank you so much for bringing this forward. This has been actually a complaint that I've heard many times in our district. You don't have a say on the SAU budget. My question is, could we get the Reader's Digest version of why HB 563 did not pass the House and why Senate Bill 155 was killed in the House? Do you know what the rationale is behind that?
I was not involved with either of those bills, so I'm not entirely certain. It was explained to me that in one of those two bills, and I don't remember which one, there was some difficulty about how to handle SAUs that had more than one school district in them. So this bill addresses that issue. It clearly describes a process for dealing with multi-district SAUs versus single-district SAUs. It's spelled out in the language of the bill. I hope that answered the question.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. And it may be that it's a question that Mr. Christina is more able to answer, but wouldn't the voters be able, by attending budget hearings, budget information sessions, the deliberative session and so on, be able to know and ask questions, not at the deliberative session, but at the previous budget hearings and whatnot, be able to ask all of the questions and get the information so that should they wish to make an amendment to the budget, they could do that at their deliberative sessions already? Isn't that the way their system already works?
Yes, I'm sure that voters could do that. The problem is very few voters choose to do that. And there ought to be a way that voters on their own time and under their own circumstances can get that information. Right now, they can't do that. It's buried in the line items of the budget, which may be in a spreadsheet on the SAU website, but it's very hard for a single voter to figure out what's what in that spreadsheet. So it would be great if every voter had the time, the energy, the wherewithal to attend all these budget hearings, but the reality is not very many people do.
Ask a follow-up, please.
Follow-up.
And where you referenced that there's a bill that was passed last year that goes into effect this coming summer, even if this were to go on warp speed and be on next week, like if we were to vote on it today and get it onto next week's calendar, which I don't think is even possible, and then go, how is this going to possibly be in effect prior to the bill for next year so it would impact the vote on March 11th?
It wouldn't have any impact on this year's voting, certainly. For example, my deliberative session is tomorrow night. It wouldn't have any impact on this year's voting. But the main distinction between this bill and the existing statute is that this bill would allow future voters, not this year, but maybe in 2026, to vote on the SAU budget. Not just look at it, but vote on it as well.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. As a representative for a couple of districts that are single school SAUs, I just want to ask you about the placement of commas in the word "or" on line 24 and 25. So,
which page?
Page 1. Yeah. Okay, at a meeting held before January 1, the school administrative unit board or school board for single district school administrative units shall adopt a budget. So are you saying that if I am a single district school administrative unit, the school board does that? Or do you say the school administrative board or the school board can do that for my single district school?
Well, my school district and school administrative unit, SAU, I guess I should say, to keep from fumbling the words, are the same.
Mm-hmm. Same
single
here.
district. And so the school board conducts all of the administrative hearings on the budget. So I guess the answer to the question would be, you're questioning whether the comma after unit board is correct or not?
Yes, does that phrase or school board for single digit, that means then just the school board for the single district SAUs, not the choice between administrative SAU or school board?
As far as I know, in my town, we don't have a separate board for the SAU. We just have a school board.
Yeah, I think we do too, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
fair enough, thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I do have a question with regard to the Secretary of State's political calendar and alternate town meeting days. You seem to indicate that this would not impact any districts, but there are districts in which alternate town meeting days do exist and they use them. So how is that? Are you aware of that? I guess that if you're asking for 60 days after passage, there's quite possible that this could affect districts this year.
Well, I suppose that's possible, though, although I will have to admit that I find that improbable, since by the time this legislation works its way through the process, should it succeed in the House and the Senate, I would think it would be July or August before it got to the governor's desk. And if the governor signed it then, it wouldn't take effect for 60 days, so it might take effect in October. I don't know of any towns that delay their town meeting activity until October. Maybe there are some, but none that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you for testifying. Just for layman clarity here. In your district, with SAU in a single building, like Margaret's, so the budget would show the SAU cost as a separate entity and then the other school cost of this other separate entity. I'm trying to decide from what you said. And in my school district, where there is an SAU over, say, 7 towns, there'd be one SAU cost, and then each individual 7 towns. Is that how that would look? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so, yes. The costs would be apportioned according to the formula in the legislation for each of the 7 towns.
Okay.
But the overall administrative budget would be singled out, and then the cost would be proportioned within the individual schools.
Okay.
I believe that's the way it would work. I could be wrong. There are probably other folks who could.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to get that picture. And one more. Okay, thank you. So to the same extent, then going back to your town, Margaret's town. So in your one bill, one warrant out, the thing that comes before the voters, there'll be 2 costs. One, this is what it costs the community to run the schools administratively. This is what it costs for programming.
Well, the way the bill is laid out,
It
there
would
would
default, basically, it would default back to the year before.
there would be 2 different budgets, the SAU budget and then the school budget.
Right.
And if either failed, then they would fall back to the default budget for the previous year.
Okay.
So the first year that this law took effect, there would be presumably no default SAU budget to fall back on.
Okay.
So I suspect the budget, if it fails, still takes effect because there would be nothing to fall back on.
Okay.
Unless it fell back on the previous year's school budget in which the SAU line items are buried. That also likely could happen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So a lot of this with the single district SAU, if I understand it correctly, you are asking that all the superintendent duties in RSA 194C be separated out any of those superintendent duties would be considered SAU duties in a single district?
Yes, the way the legislation is worded, and this is already an existing law, it says that the expenses of the school administrative unit may include the salary and expenses of supervisors of health, physical education, music, art, and guidance, and any other employees, and shall include the expenses necessary for the operation of the school administrative unit. Superintendents, assistant superintendents, business administrators, teacher consultants, and the regularly employed office personnel of the school administrative unit shall be deemed employees of the school administrative unit.
Follow up?
Yes.
So that's confusing to me because there are some personnel that have duties that kind of overlap. I mean, there are, say, special education administrators that also have caseloads that also, I mean, I don't understand how you can effectively separate it out and say, this is how much time I spend doing this and this is how much time I spend doing that. Does that make any sense?
That does make sense, but apparently the SAU employees can figure this out because every year the Department of Education requires them to file a Form E10, which lists all the SAU employees so that the department is aware of them. So they must be able to figure out how to do that since they have to fill out this Form E10.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it your assumption, the way the bill is written, that you could essentially have a default budget for the SAU and a default budget then for the academic portion of learning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I'm still a little confused with them. So if, to that last question, so you have a multi-district SAU, and you have 4 towns voting, and my town's budget presumes that the SAU budget is, and it is one thing, and that's included in my town's budget, and that's what I'm voting on. But then you're separating out the SAU budget, which is assuming those figures as well. And each of those 4 towns is assuming whatever that proportional amount is. And say, if the SAU budget fails, but it passes in 4 towns, or 3 of the 4 towns, I don't understand how that all would work because in terms of default budgets.
I believe that is spelled out in one of the RSAs that's referenced by this legislation. Like most legislation that we all have to cope with and figure out, you read a bill like this and it refers to all kinds of other legislation that's in existence. And trying to remember what each piece of those referenced legislation refers to is difficult, but that is spelled out. I read it somewhere, how that provision would work.
Any further questions? Someone else might have some feedback on that question, Representative.
If I figure it out, I'll get back to you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Next, we have Scott Gross from Goffstown.
Hi, everyone. My name is Scott Gross, and I'm from Goffstown, New Hampshire. I'm the business administrator for SAU 19, which represents Goffstown and New Boston. I did have an opportunity. I don't know what the prior versions of this bill were, but I did take a look at the bill 564, and there's just a lot of questions, more questions than answers. I'm also someone who serves as an election official in my town, so I'm going to just try to hit on a couple of issues that I find really confusing as somebody who might have to administer this, and both as a business administrator, but also somebody who is an election official. So the first one that I wanted to share is I do belong to a multi-district. So we have two in the SAU. And so for us, there is an SAU budget. That SAU budget is set by a combined SAU board of both Goffstown and New Boston. And in that situation, because Goffstown is a much bigger town than New Boston, they have what's called a weighted vote, which means that, and they also pay a whole lot more towards the SAU apportionment than these other districts. So this past year, Goffstown paid 78% of that SAU budget and New Boston paid 22%. When you read through this piece of legislation, it talks about how the majority of people who vote on these two separate warrant articles would determine whether or not that SAU budget passes or fails. So like I said before, 78% Goffstown, 22% New Boston. I have the, I pulled up a couple of town reports. This is from 2023, not last year. But interestingly, in 2023, there were 1,913 people who voted in Goffstown on the school budget. And this one surprised me. In New Boston, 1,763, even though Goffstown is a much larger town. So in that example, Goffstown voters would have represented 52% of all of the voters that particular voting year. New Boston, 48. My point that I'm trying to make here is that Goffstown has this weighted vote. So if they wanted a certain budget or wanted to defeat a certain budget, they could do that by asking for a weighted vote. In 20 some odd years of living in the community, I think it happened once. But in the way this is set up, New Boston as a town would get a lot more power. And if you had, whether it be a conservative town or a liberal town, certainly the majority, in this case, Goffstown, almost 80% loses quite, could lose out, quite a bit in that situation. I wanted to also talk about on page 3, it talks about how ballots would be collected. And one thing that I'm super confused on is that it appears as the way that this is written for what I would call traditional town meeting. Both New Boston and Goffstown are SB2 towns. So it doesn't really talk about deliberative sessions or anything like that. But as someone who's an elected official, the one thing that got me super nervous on this one is it talks about how the secretary has to retain the ballots and things being transported. I can tell you as an elected official, when we have paper ballots that are going from in Goffstown, we have 2 polling locations. One is in Bernardville, one is in Goffstown High School. We have the police department they're the ones who are the custodians of those ballots. At the end of the night, I used to be a select board member as well. We had to sign off after we seal them with red tape. I mean, it's some serious stuff. I don't know how you separate like the ballot from a recount. So it's super, super confusing in that case. As somebody who I might be in the minority of people who work in this education business, I really do think that there are inefficiencies in state government and education. But this, I think, exacerbates that. I think it makes a situation more inefficient. I believe that we elect folks like you to do a job, and I hope and trust that you will do a good job on bills and on budgets, etc. We also elect local school board members who serve their community, and then in this case, they serve on a multi-district SAU. If the communities do not like what the SAU budget is, they will then vote those people out. And I've seen that in both of our towns where, people thought that the spending was too liberal. They brought on more conservative candidates. It's the natural, cycle of things. I do want to think that sometimes we create laws that to solve a problem that maybe it either doesn't exist or can be fixed pretty easily. So I totally understand what Representative Voss was mentioning, but you can create certain codes within your budget to determine, even if you're a single district, okay, this is for a superintendent service, this is for the business part of the superintendents. There's ways to create a code if you want to know what those amounts are and to question those. And with spreadsheets and pivot tables, you can slice and dice the data, you can ask all those questions. So I do believe that there are opportunities all across the board with public hearings, deliberative sessions, voting school board members in and out. In our town, we also have budget committees, finance committees. There's a lot of checks and balances. I just think that this particular bill is super problematic. Also, it isolates one component of administration. I would argue in one of my communities, we spend more money on student transportation than we do on administration, but yet we don't put that out to the voters. So I understand some of the reasons for this, but I would hope that there are other ways of kind of solving that. And I am available to any one of you or any representative for ideas on how to help you get what you want, but just not do it in a way that I think makes it a whole lot more inefficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So oftentimes I've heard frustration because the school board members, let's say the joint board of the co-op, they'll come together and they'll vote on this SAU budget, right? Which I know you mentioned we can vote these people out. Then these weighted amounts are passed on to the towns and the towns feel as though they have no actual say. What can we do outside of having some kind of a special election just for an SAU budget to actually give voters a say on that particular amount?
Well, for one, I'm not familiar. You appear to be in a community that has a co-op, and I'm not as part of a co-op. Ours is what's called an area agreement, and there are, as part of that agreement, it's kind of spells out how things are handled. But essentially, it is the representative form of government, just like it is here, where those things are debated. I will tell you that there are public hearings. There are discussions about how much money is spent on superintendent salary, my salary. They're published. I think those are very, very important to shed light on the costs of administration and the cost of everything that we do. So I do think that as it is sometimes cumbersome to publish, certain data, et cetera, I think that is an effective checks and balance, more so than anything else, to highlight what people like myself make in terms of the contributions that we make to a certain school district. So I think that would be a help.
Thank you.
Anything further? See none. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you very
being here
much
today.
Have a good day, everyone.
Barrett Christina?
Thank you again, Chairman Cordelli, members of the committee, Barrett Christina School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 564. I appreciate the prime sponsor's sort of explanation of the bill because I was thoroughly confused trying to read through this. I mean, the simplest way to put it is that a single district SAU does not have a separate SAU operating budget. They don't. In a multi-district SAU, you're having multiple towns come together to form one school administrative unit that provides central office services, superintendent services, special ed services, business manager services, perhaps transportation services. There may be some others for multiple school districts. I mean, could a single district SAU carve out its budget so it's clear that these are the administrative services and these are the special ed services and these are the transportation costs? I suppose they could. I'm not familiar with the budgeting software that districts use. I know that there are multiple Department of Revenue Administration codes that break that down that are, I presume, reported to the Department of Education or the Department of Revenue Administration. So that's to one challenge. The other aspect too, the bill doesn't include it. It includes the reference in RSA 194 C that talks about, single, C3, page 1, line 17 through 18, single district SAUs shall be considered the same as single school districts and be exempt from the requirements of this chapter. There's a similar provision on RSA 194 that reaffirms that as provided in RSA 194 C3, single district school administrative unit shall be considered the same as a single school district. So I guess the other concern with that is that, I'm on page 1 still, that at a meeting held before January 1st, the school administrative unit or school board of a single district SAU shall adopt a budget required for the expenses of the SAU for the next fiscal year. The reason that date is January 1st is because school districts, whether or not you're a single district SAU, but individual school districts are having their budget hearings in the middle of January. So you need to know what your SAU, the district needs to know what its SAU costs are going to be when it's putting together its own district budget. That's why there's that date is January 1st. And from my experience, most boards are getting those SAU costs wrapped up in the fall, because the constituent districts of the SAU have to work through their budget. The other aspect too is we already have a provision in law. This bill would seek to eliminate the alternative SAU budget procedures in RSA 194 CA and C9. If the voters of an individual town want to separately vote for their SAU budget and not have it included in their general operating budget, there's a provision where that SAU budget can go on as a separate warrant article, and if it's voted down, it's almost like a default budget. The same cost that district paid last year to the SAU is what carries forward for the next school year. So I think Mr. Gross, because he's sort of in the thick of this in the budgeting aspect, said it much better than I, but I think this is just going to cause confusion. We talked about the bill earlier that goes into effect on July 1, 2025, where school districts are going to have to publish on their website all the administrator salaries and everything. I think that applies to every school district, SAUs or not. So I think the information is going to be available to the voters and what the administrative costs are, assuming that there's a rational way to figure those out. But I'll stop there. And again, NHSP is opposed to the bill. We have a lot more questions moving forward, and we think it's very confusing.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Christina? Seeing none, thank you very much. And one more, Mr. Eric Power.
Good afternoon, members of the House Education Policy Committee. My name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline, New Hampshire. I'm a former school board member in the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. I'm also the president of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire. It's a volunteer organization concerned about governance and fiscal responsibility in school districts. So what House Bill 564 does is it basically makes sure that every single SAU in New Hampshire actually has a budget. If you count how many SAUs we have in New Hampshire, it's 105 SAUs. And of the 105, 81 of them are what they call single district SAUs. That means that SAU serves a single school district. That single school district could be a co-op, that could be a regional school or an area school, but it only serves one school district. So you got to keep in mind the difference between a school district and a town. They're not always synonymous. In my school district, where I live in Brookline, we actually have 3 school districts in SAU 41. We have our K through 6 Brookline School District. We have our K through 6 Hollis School District, and then we have the 7 through 12 Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. So it's a 3-district SAU. So there was a question before about how do you know who's in the SAU? And every year, by October 1st, the Department of Education requires many forms about enrollment and such, but one of those forms is the Form A12D, which is referenced in here, and it has to tell you, has to report into the Department of Education who's in your SAU. And if the person is apportioned, it can be put down as a FTE, if perhaps maybe they're supported by the SAU half of the time, and then maybe by one of the school districts by half of the time, they'd be 0.5 on that form. But there's no mystery about who's in the SAU under that process. So if you have a single district SAU, they don't really have to have a budget. It just becomes part of the school budget. And I think that's the frustration with a lot of school districts that are single district SAUs. There are a couple that do break it out, but they just don't want to break it out for some reason in most cases. And I put down some of the things that are used. If you look in, I took a sample at school districts across the state in the single district SAU, so it's really not clear how much you're actually spending on the SAU. So that's 77% of SAUs are in that category. The other 23% actually are multi-district SAUs because they have to actually have an SAU budget. So if there's multiple school districts, they actually have to have a separate budget because they have to apportion it to the school district. And that means that then that becomes typically a line item in the school district budget of the constituent school districts. However, so you can see it there. So for 23%, they actually have a budget. The multi-district SAUs have to have do this process in December because it needs to be done before January 1st. So they have a meeting of the collective boards that meets the SAU board, means the school boards of all the SAUs. In my case, there's 5, 5, and 7. So it's a 17-person board goes through that budget in December. And I had one time, I remember it was between Christmas and New Year's, believe it or not. So how much public input are you getting there? They vote on that. They take public input and then they set the budget. They also set what they call is an adjusted budget. It's similar to a default budget you have under SB2, but it's for SAUs. It's called the adjusted budget. That doesn't happen with these single district SAUs. And so for most SAUs, multi-district SAUs, of 21 of them, they actually just make it a line item in their operating budget for that specific SAU. Now, there is an alternative budget procedure that currently exists for SAUs. And we've actually adopted in SAU 41. There's 3 school districts that are using that. So in that case, the school district gets the apportioned part of their school district, which will be a proposed SAU budget and an adjusted SAU budget, and that goes on the warrant as a separate warrant article. But that's enabling legislation that you have to enable, and it's very difficult to pass because you have to have the school boards agree to put it on, and they typically don't, or you have to get petitions to put it in every school district with the same language, the same year, and have it pass. And we did that, and a few have done that, but it's not easy. So this bill isn't actually doing anything new. It's just requiring that this procedure that we have today, which works well, and I can talk in detail about it, be used for all school districts. So that there's actually a separate warrant article for every SAU in every district in the state. I don't think that's too much to ask. And I think that's part of the problem is the growth in SAU budgets is because there's this process where the voters have very little control. Even though the alternative budget procedure, that gives you some control and you have some ability to know what's going on. So let's see here. So for example, let's talk a little bit about how the voting works. So I'll talk about SAU 41 because I'm in it. We have our Hollis Brookline Co-op, which is a traditional meeting. We have our Hollis School District, which is a traditional meeting. And then we have our Brookline School District, which is SB2. So we have a mix of these. We've been using this procedure for, and we actually changed to SB2 in the Brookline School District about 8 years ago. So we had traditional, but now we have SB2 for one of them. The process works. There's no mystery there. Everyone knows how to do it. About the ballots, you're basically trying to count up the ballots for every single school district. So in our case, there's 3 school district meetings, and in 2 of them, it's a ballot vote by a secret ballot at the meeting, under the traditional meeting, and in the Brookline one, it's secret ballot, but it's on the SB2 on election day. So when all of the ballots are collected, the school district clerks get together and they put together what the actual result is. And if it's a majority yes, then the proposed budget of the SAU is adopted. And if it's less than a majority, then you get the adjusted budget, similar to what happens under SB2 with a default budget. So this isn't new, it's being used today, so there's no confusion in actually how it works. What House Bill 564 does is it makes every single school district in the state actually have an SAU budget. And like I said, they know who's in the SAU because of the A12D forms every year. So it's not like they have to figure that out. So one thing I just wanted to mention is that just the motivation for this is that this bill was proposed 2 years ago. And right now we have 18 superintendents making $170,000 or more, including one making $210,000 a year on the Oyster River. We have 61 assistant superintendents in the state. We have 6 SAUs that have 2 assistants, and we have 6 SAUs that have 2 assistants, and we have 2 SAUs that have 3 assistant superintendents. And I list them in here who they are. Just 2 years ago, when we had slightly more students, we had just 10 superintendents over 170K, and we had just 51 assistant superintendents. Now we have 61. So why do we keep getting this growth? Because there's not a lot of visibility into the SAU budget. So what is SA at the bottom here? It talks about the solution. What does this do? It ensures all SAUs actually propose a known, transparent SAU budget in a separate warrant article so that the voters can vote on it. It's not just seeing it, it's actually being able to vote on it. It does require the balloting and budget procedures that exist today under the alternative procedure to be used as the procedure for all school districts, and it works well. It's being used already in our state. What does it require? Single district SAUs have to update their accounting practices. They have to account for the personnel that are on their A12D form. Multi-district SAUs already have to do that. They have to determine the adjusted budget. The adjusted budget contains no new positions, services, or pay raises. And the voters get to decide if they want to pay for those or not. And then they have to actually conduct a public budget hearing that we have today for the multi-district SAUs. All of them would actually have that hearing. So it really provides clarity to the voter because the SAU budget's a separate warrant article. It directly empowers voters in the districts to decide between the proposed and SAU budget via a ballot vote. And when the SAU budget proposal is transparent and gets voter scrutiny, it'll tend to drive more responsible and sustainable budgeting in our SAUs. And with that, I'll take any questions if folks have it on the on HB 564.
Thank you. If I could just ask, if you said that the DOE 812D form is not completed by single district SAUs?
No, every single school district has to A12D, Alpha 12 Delta. Yes.
Okay. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just for clarity, I'm trying to understand, are you testifying on behalf of an organization, or are you, because you enumerate being the president of an organization, are you testifying on your own behalf? Or
Could you maybe give a brief description of what the School District Governors Association is?
School District Governors Association is a volunteer organization of members across the state, including state representatives. And so no one is paid in this organization.
Further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Powell, for coming in front of us. And just to kind of piggyback off what you just said about the School District Governance Association, you're also not a lobbying group, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Looking back at the last term's bill, I'm trying to recall, maybe you can refresh my memory in terms of some of the issues that came up in the testimony with that prior bill?
I think that people didn't quite understand what the bill did. I think there wasn't a lot of time to explain it. There was a Senate bill, I think it was Senate Bill 155, if I remember correctly. And so there wasn't the opportunity to understand it. And I think when people don't understand things, they want to vote no on things. So I think that's where it was. But I think we've continued to see the growth in administrative costs. So I think it's becoming a more high interest item.
Thank you. Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify, you have said that the procedure to do this is already in statute. You're just taking away the ability for the district to vote on it.
Representative, we're not taking it. It's complicated for a second, so we'll back up. So today, the enabling legislation that's available is only available for multi-district SAUs. So if you're in the 77% of SAUs, you do not have that option. If you're in the 23%, I guess I could say yes, but you're not going to take away the option to do it. You're going to be able to utilize that directly. It's a very difficult RSA to adopt because it has to be voted in by all the school districts in the same year.
And, which RSA were you referring to just now in that answer?
Chairman, it's the RSA that's there now is the alternative budget procedure. I think it's RSA 194C9A.
B.
Or and A and B, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I think one's the adoption of it and one's the actual usage of it.
Right.
So that becomes something everyone uses so it's proven. It's not a new thing. It's already being used today.
Right. I think there was a prior question about if the SAU costs are proportioned out to each of the districts, so that there's, let's say, 3 towns, and each town has an item in their budget for SAU costs for their town. What happens if 2 towns pass their share of the SAU budget and 1 town does not?
Okay, Chairman Cordelli. Sorry, used to the other committee. So the way it works, it's not really town, although it could be town. It's really member school districts.
Right. Yes.
So, like, if you have a multi-town co-op, you have a single district meeting. That would be a warrant article at that meeting. But the way it works is you take so for those who aren't aware, apportionment of SAU costs by default is 50% average daily membership, 50% equalized valuation. It's kind of like a co-op, but that's the formula that's used for apportioning the costs across the school districts. Just last year, there was a bill that allowed that formula to be different. So they can now adopt a new apportionment formula for SAUs if they choose to. That's adopted by a vote as well. So the choice between the adjusted budget and the proposed budget is done by a majority ballot vote, collecting the ballot yes and no's from each of the school districts' meetings. And when the last district votes, then you know the result of the outcome, if that's the question.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none right now, thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
You have any other cards? No. Yes, sir. You have a piece of additional information?
Sort of. I just want to apologize to the committee for misidentifying the Department of Education form as E10. It's actually A12D. I apologize for that.
Yeah, no problem. It's easy to get forms confused around here. So we will close the hearing on HB 564. And we can begin the hearing on HB 108 relative to bullying and cyberbullying. And we welcome Representative McDonald to present her bill.
Hello. Hi. Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
For the record, I am Valerie McDonald, representing Rockingham 25, which is my hometown of Salem, and also where my friends and neighbors live. And I'm here as the prime sponsor of HB 108 relative to bullying and cyberbullying across multiple school districts. First, thank you for paying attention to this critical issue. Bullying can be challenging to address because it likely has occurred since the beginning of time. And it's not as simple as creating a law that mandates kindness, as I'm sure you all know. We wouldn't be able to enforce that, especially among children, when we can acknowledge that even adults struggle to be kind at times. But what we can do is remedy bullying when it inevitably occurs. And that's what HB 108 hopes to do. This year alone, there are 3 bills which aim to combat bullying. One is actually going to be heard after this bill. But they each come from a different perspective. HB 108 specifically does not conflict with either bill, so if the committee decided it could be passed alongside either bill without any conflict. Furthermore, the other 2 bills examine the big picture, whereas HB 108 focuses on the more nuanced issues of cross-district bullying as well as cyber bullying. Being the only bill to address these specific issues, it would have a tremendous benefit to the well-being and as well as the mental health of New Hampshire students. Unfortunately, this is not a proactive measure, although I really wish it was. In reality, students have had access to advanced technology for the better part of 2 decades. So the future that past legislatures could only dream of is already here, and in large part has already happened. So we are behind in addressing cyberbullying. But I don't think that's really the legislature's fault because the technology has rapidly advanced, but the legislature is obligated to mitigate the risk to our students, and that's what I hope to do today. After all, the technology will continue to advance, leaving students even more vulnerable to cyberbullying. The heartbreaking story of one of those students inspired a bill, which was placed in interim study last year, but a consensus on how to move forward was never reached, which indicated that further deliberation was needed. And this session, I brought this bill forward to do just that. And I look forward to collaborating in a bipartisan manner to reach that consensus, and thus a solution for the student, her family, and for the state of New Hampshire. Specifically, I ask you to draw your attention on the bill to lines 9 through 11. They read, in cases of bullying and or cyberbullying across multiple school districts, the district where the action originated is responsible for the investigation. End quote. This sentence answers a question that current law leaves ambiguous. Who investigates the claim once we suspect bullying has already occurred? By putting this best practice into law, we would greatly increase accountability. However, if the committee would rather the other district be responsible for the investigation, I'm not opposed to that either. I just think it's important that we put a responsibility in law. Regardless of who it is, the law should clearly state who that entity is. In fact, I have spoken with New Hampshire School Boards Association, so NHSBA, as well as NHSAA, and they're in the early stages of drafting an amendment. From what I have seen, I'd be open to the changes they propose, and I understand that they will both be testifying today as well. But finally, I know this is not the Finance Committee, but it is worth noting that this bill does not have a fiscal impact whatsoever. But considering the financial side in the context of bullying, I will leave you with an anonymous quote, which is, kindness is free to give, but priceless to receive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the quote as well. Questions, Representative Selleck?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. And as you know, the next bill is the one that I've sponsored relating to data around this issue. In the work that I did last summer with a special committee about juveniles who commit misdemeanors with a target focus on hate crimes, one of the things that became clear with a number of these incidents is that they sometimes get escalated to the level where police need to be involved in the investigations beyond the school districts themselves, especially where students who may not be, or children who may not be in a school, a public school setting, are involved in the cyberbullying. And so I'm curious in those circumstances, because obviously police investigations have a cost, right? So there then would be a fiscal note attributed to it, but also where you have circumstances where perhaps the cyberbully is someone who's not attending a school system, where you see having an investigative authority, and if you've thought about that component of it, if there's a way we could amend this to address those circumstances. Or for example, if it originated, let's say at my house, would I be responsible for investigating the issue with my child, right? Because I'm if I chose to homeschool my child, I'm not a school district, right? So I'm just trying to understand how that would come together. I'm sorry, it's complicated.
No, I understand the question, and I'd like to thank you for that, but also for your bill and you're addressing this issue from another angle. I do appreciate it. In terms of that question, if the police were to be involved, I understand there could potentially be a cost to doing that. The LBA did not note that in their amount of the bill. I imagine that'd be a more rare circumstance, so it would probably be negligible, but it could perhaps amount to a cost. I would agree with that assessment. The way the bill is written now, it does say where the action originated, the district where the action originated. So I'm unaware of the impact that would have on homeschoolers, but that's definitely something that the committee may want to look at. I would agree. And as I said, I am open to amending language. I have spoken to the School Boards Association, and it is not written in the form of an amendment for OLS yet, but I imagine if the committee wanted to go in that direction, I could arrange that to happen. But on that amendment, they say that the principal of the district or their designee shall be responsible for making sure the investigation is conducted. If they believe that the police needs to get involved, it'd be their purview. Not that the principal has to do the investigation themselves, just that they find somebody to do so, and that is their responsibility. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for bringing the bill forward. In an instance where perhaps things cross state lines, or it's later determined that something exists, I'm curious how you would determine with cyberbullying initially where the locus of it is originating from without an investigation. Sometimes that is hard to determine, and sometimes it's never determined. And so I'm curious to know how you would navigate that conversation as well.
Okay. So this bill, as I mentioned, comes from a bill filed last term, and that was because of a specific instance where we did know where the action originated. It was one particular student over, I believe the application they used was Snapchat, sending pictures and, to be frank, somewhat even sexual remarks to a young girl. To my recollection, the young girl was a recent immigrant, so there was a language barrier as well. So it's picking on somebody who doesn't understand. So it seems to me even more heart-wrenching. And this is a solution to that scenario. I'm not sure how it would impact if we don't know where the situation is. So again, I'd be open to working with the committee to answer questions like that. If the bill, to your recollection, does not answer that already, then I'd be happy to make it more clear.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Cyberbullying is a big problem. I think we can all acknowledge that. And some of the issues that have been brought up are problematic, and mine was kind of along the same lines. So what if there's sometimes, like a lot of these things, I'm thinking of pictures being sent, and it involves multiple children, students or children. Some might be in private school, some might be in public school, and that to me is another complication with that. With this, and I agree, it's something that should be addressed. I'm just wondering if that's might be something that you've talked about in terms of an amendment, or how to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I have not considered that particularly, but I am open to, again, having that discussion, and my goal today is to have this. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but in speaking with Chairman Cordelli, I understand since there are several bullying bills that we will have a work session in regards to these bills where a lot of those issues could be worked out. And again, if that is what's needed for this to pass, I'd be open to that type of amendment as well.
Correct. I think we will have further discussions on this topic as a committee, possibly as a full committee work session in the near future. Representative Woodcock, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Gurley. Thank you for bringing this forward and keeping the concern current, clearly. Two questions. Last year, I remember, similar as you were talking before, Representative Ladd had the question of the New Hampshire-Vermont border.
Yes.
And how does that work here if the Vermont border was the action occurred and the youngsters in New Hampshire school? I don't figure how it's going to. I don't see the answer here, but I remember that question from last year. I didn't know if over the summer in the study if that it was resolved.
Thank you for the question. I will note that Representative Loud is a co-sponsor of the bill, so if he were to still have the concern, I imagine it's been addressed. Again, you'd have to follow up with him. I'm not trying to speak for him. My district is on the Massachusetts border, so I would imagine we have a similar concern. The state of New Hampshire does not have any cross districts that are on the Massachusetts border, where we do contract with, I believe, in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. That's not the same case in Massachusetts, but I see the potential for that. My goal with this legislation, if it's not exactly as worded, is to put something into law that addresses this, and we say clearly who is responsible, so we're not passing the buck, so there is accountability, and we know who is doing this. If this wording isn't exactly correct, then I'm willing to put in the work to make this happen and collaborate with whoever I need to get this accomplished.
Right. Okay. And I think, if I remember correctly, you described the incident that initiated the bill last year, and I think there was a question of who was going to investigate it, and neither school wanted to take on that role, and that initiated a lot of discussion at the state level as well.
Yes, unfortunately, neither district was owning up to this, perhaps because of the expense or to do so. And so I just wanted to put something into law so that student isn't vulnerable, because no adults are taking responsibility as they should.
Representative Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. Earlier this year, I received a heartbreaking email from someone in the state, not from my district, but whose son was the victim of cyberbullying through Snapchat. He's a child with special needs, and someone created a fake account of his, which then he got in trouble for, and he was sent to a different district where the people who created the account are currently having no consequences for their behavior. And so I just would invite us, when we get to our work session, to think through not just the who investigates, but how can we create some sort of appropriate but not discriminatory aspect of consequences for some of this behavior. And it's really complicated, as I'll get into when we get to my bill next. But I do know that parent, I mean, like, it will literally make you cry if I share the details of the things that she sent to me. So
Yes, we've heard a number of cases since I've been here of bullying and suicide that are heart-wrenching for sure. Yes, so it's something that I definitely want us to take a look at as a committee, see what we can advance to the House floor. Representative Woodcock.
This may be your workshop as well. I'm confused about the term action originated, only to the extent of it made clear to me it was victim and perpetrator, victim like that. So if the action, for example, was two students, and student A was the perpetrator in school A, or in school B is the victim, right? But if they're in the same, if the perpetrator was there as well as the victim in that school, say at a dance.
Okay.
And that night, that's where the crap all hit the fan. So it was there. But they go back, this perpetrator goes back to the school. That's where I'm getting confused on that rule. And maybe something Representative Cordelli wants to dialogue in the workshop. That's what I'm having a hard time with those terms versus victim, particularly victim.
Okay.
It's just me. I'm just confused.
My intention was not to include words such as victim or perpetrator, because that almost implies the result of the investigation before it happens. To say this person did something when we don't know that to be true kind of goes against innocence until proven guilty, which is why I settled on the words action originated. I understand your concern. My intention with this is the district the student attends. If the action occurred perhaps at a school dance, like you mentioned, I wouldn't see that as the district the student attends if it's an out-of-district student. But that's how I would read this.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
Mr. Chair, and this is more of a point, I think, than a question, but as we talk about out of state, you know, we're talking about neighboring St. Johnsbury, neighboring Massachusetts. It could be not neighboring Kansas, right? It could be anywhere. I mean, to suggest that it's even just across the border, you know, cyberbullying can happen anywhere. So adds another layer to this.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't.
Yes, that wasn't quite. Would you believe?
Yes, I would believe. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest bit. As it's been noted by a few of you, it's definitely a complicated issue, and that's something that should be considered. But it would be remiss not to do anything just because it's difficult. That's not an excuse for us not to act.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Representative Perez? Welcome to education again, or education policy.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. This was my bill last year, and I presented it to you all. And I was thrilled to hear when Representative McDonald was going to bring it forward. And it seems that a lot of the same questions are coming up again. And the story that was from last year just was heart-wrenching. It was a young girl who lived in District A. District B had a young man who had a relative in District A, said, hey, there's this fat, ugly immigrant here. And this guy started harassing her and calling her names and sending pictures and that type of thing. Unfortunately, it's my understanding that nothing happened to that B. And it's heart-wrenching to think the young girl actually was so traumatized by this. She was out of school for like 2 weeks, I believe, before she could return to school. This is about the kids and but we all know cyberbullying is so out of control. It's out of control for adults as well as for children. But my concern is this is year 2 that we are bringing this forward, and we cannot continue to kick the can down the road until something extremely traumatic happens. Bullying does cause children to commit suicide. Cyberbullying makes it so easy for them. As far as finding out who did it, the one good thing about cyberbullying is they really technically can find out who the perpetrator was, whereas verbal bullying in the school, it's more of a he said, she said. That's why this is so out of control, because they think that they don't have to, the kids, you know, they don't have to face the person. They can just be horrendous to them. I really would like to see, and I know there's a lot of questions about it. And so you work them out, you find them, you decide what's the important thing. We've changed laws. I mean, if we find that this isn't perfect, when you hash it around, we can look at maybe making it more perfect. But it can't be kicked down the road anymore. We can't lose any more children to suicide because of bullying. And this is about the kids, totally 100%. So thank you for listening. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Something that you said just kind of struck me as the schools can only do so much in terms of, tracking these things down. I mean, bullying is an all-pervasive problem that involves other people in a student's
Absolutely.
life. So I would hope that when we're looking at these bullying bills, we look at more a comprehensive solution to the problem. So, and I agree with you. We need to do something about it. Thank you.
Yes, we really need to do something now. And that's why. Any other questions? No?
No, seeing none. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Representative. Barrett Christina?
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Barrett Christina School Boards Association. I know it's been a long day for everybody. I know you've got at least one more hearing. I will try and be brief. School Boards Association is in full support of House Bill 108. I did email Representative McDonald yesterday. We connected briefly earlier this morning. What's being passed around is a proposed amendment that the School Boards Association drafted up. I think trying to stay with what Representative McDonald's intent was when you have bullying across multiple school districts and whose responsibility is it to investigate. Again, we haven't had a chance to do a deep dive into this, but I'll just read it briefly. It's the language in bold in front of you. In cases of bullying or cyberbullying across multiple school districts, the principals or principal's designee of all districts involved shall be responsible for conducting an investigation. In such investigations, the principals or designee are encouraged to collaborate relative to their respective investigations. From our perspective, it doesn't matter where the kids are. If one kid is from Concord and the other kid is from Hooksett and it occurred at the mall in Manchester and it gets reported to those principals have an obligation to at least do something. Make some phone calls, do an investigation, talk to the witnesses, whatever your bullying investigation procedures are. They're very comprehensive in the statute. They're very comprehensive in the NHSBA policy. So again, if there's a committee, a subcommittee or whatnot, and there are tweaks to this language, NHSBA will certainly help in whatever way we can. I hope we sort of caught your intent, Representative McDonald, with what you're trying to do. We're not married to this language. If there need to be tweaks, we're happy to help. But again, we wanted to sort of make sure that I don't care who the students are. If you're a principal and it comes to your attention, you have an obligation to at least do something about it. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate this language. My fear is that if you give a job to a committee, nobody does it. And I wonder if you could combine this by saying maybe the district where it originated initiates the cooperation so that somebody starts the process.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for the question, Representative. Again, further conversation needs to be had. I think hopefully we can flush that out. We'd be certainly agreeable or amenable to something along those lines. Whatever language can come out, so we make sure that, again, I don't care where the kids are from. If a principal receives a report of that, they have an obligation to do something. Call their principal in the neighboring school, talk to the person that filed the report with them, whether or not that comes from a parent, a student, a witness. Maybe the person that informed the principal was not even involved in it, but saw it and was concerned about it, so reported it to the principal. That principal has an obligation to do something, even if it's just call your neighbor down the road in the other school, even though it wasn't my district, but my child in my district saw it with other kids in other districts. That principal should have an obligation to make a phone call so the ball gets rolling and it's dealt with accordingly. Thank you.
If I could ask one question. Thank you. Where and when and how do you see parental involvement in this? When is the parent contacted? I know there's statutes involved currently, and there's something like a 48-hour period to conduct an investigation before the parents are notified based on a waiver request by the superintendent.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. Excuse me a second. I'm not trying to dodge the question to some degree. That might be more an administrative, somebody, an administrator could answer. As I'm sure you're aware, there are 10 references to the word parent in the statute. The policy has to have a procedure for notification within 48 hours of the incident report to the parent or parents or guardian of the victim of bullying or cyberbullying, and the parent or parents of the guardian of the perpetrator. You know, I mean, 48 hours, I guess, we can debate whether or not that's sufficient, whether the parent should be known by the end of the day. To some degree, it may be, you know, circumstance specific. How severe was the action? How severe was the allegation? Is the principal perhaps not in the building that day and it was reported to an assistant principal? You know, if an investigation is being undertaken, I understand the desire for the parents to be informed, but sometimes, you know, things need to settle out with the administrators and talk to people before, you know, a judgment is made to call the parent. It may be a rumor. It may be nothing happened, you know, and so there's going to be some level of administrative discretion. If it's significant, obviously, if it's cyberbullying, if it's something that relates to what would be illegal or improper discrimination, you know, sexism, racism, whatever it might be, I think there's probably an obligation to call the parent. You know, your kid said these words in the locker room. So I hope that answered it somewhat.
Right. In your view, if there is sexism involved or racism involved, would you classify that as bullying or a human rights violation? Do you have an idea where that line is? Because I know of a situation, and my understanding is the children have actually left school because of it.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I can, as a lawyer but not a practitioner, I can't give a clear answer to that. I will tell you though that when the law became effective in 2010 or 2011, when the bullying law became effective, that was a question that a lot of these school law attorneys were having. And I think the standard practice right now of, say, racism, is that an investigation is going to cover both. It's not Title IX. Title IX would be sex discrimination, but it's going to Title VII perhaps, and your local district bullying investigation. That's certainly the safest way for a school district to proceed. So you've got your bases covered on the federal or state discrimination aspect, but also the bullying aspect as well too. Some of that I also think too, again, not this may be more for an administrative aspect. It may be the age of the child as well too. An 8-year-old child drops an inappropriate racial slur may be different than a 17-year-old kid saying the same thing and the context in which it's said. But I certainly there was a situation in a school district probably 10 or 12 years ago, and I say this not jokingly by any means, not light of it. It was the perfect plaintiff. It was a child of color who was a child with disabilities who was being bullied relentlessly, and unfortunately in that case the district did not do their due diligence, and the Office of Civil Rights was on them significantly for a number of years, making sure they had policies, procedures, training in place. So, long-winded answer, Representative. If a superintendent or a principal called me and said these are the general facts and it involved a protected class and bullying, I'd say do both investigations to make sure you're covered.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock, your turn.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Christina, thank you.
Hey, you works too.
Yeah, except for chairman, right? Well, we'll call him Chairman Ladd. Okay. As regards the issue that was brought up, basically Maine, New Hampshire, Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts, depending where the border towns are.
Right.
Does your fellow associates, or is there another one of you in Maine and Vermont and Mass, or are you the singular in terms of association? And are there cooperative agreements standing, do you know about?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yeah, there is a Maine Association of School Committees. There's a Maine Association of School Boards. There's Vermont School Boards Association. We collaborate, but not in this realm. I'm not aware of any sort of interstate compact that addresses bullying. You know, it's sort of an interesting concept, if you will. Now, I don't remember the bill hearing last year. I either wasn't here or perhaps at another hearing. And kids from St. Johnsbury, kids from Monroe, New Hampshire, and some other communities, I believe, send their kids to St. Johnsbury's Academy over the border. I can't speak to Vermont's bullying laws. I presume St. Johnsbury Academy is subject to those laws. But let's say I'll use Representative McDonald's sort of hometown. Let's say that a child or a student from Salem is at the Rockingham Mall that's in Salem with a child from Tingsboro, and the child from Salem reports to his or her principal, I was bullied at the Rockingham Mall. The kid is at Tingsboro High School. I would hope that the Salem principal might pick up the horn and call that individual from the principal in Tingsboro. But according to under New Hampshire law, there's certainly the Salem School District they may have an obligation to investigate. They probably should at least look into it, but they certainly wouldn't have any jurisdiction over the kid in Tingsboro to levy any punishment and vice versa. If the alleged bully was from Salem and the victim was from out of state, the out of state Massachusetts wouldn't have any jurisdiction to do anything to the New Hampshire student. Yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, since you're closer to the Maine border, the New Hampshire Maine Interstate School Compact is RSA 200F1, and the Vermont Compact is 200B1. So those are things we could look at as in a work study.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. It occurred to me that while we were talking about this sort of theoretical situation that you were referencing here, you were talking about something that may have occurred outside of school hours. So I guess what I was curious about is when would this clause kick in? At any time the districts would get involved, or is this only at school sanctioned events and under school hours when the alleged incident was occurring?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. This is RSA 193-F as in Frank, :4, paragraph 1. Bullying or cyberbullying shall occur when an action or communication, as defined in RSA 193-F:3, A, occurs on or is delivered to school property or a school-sponsored event or an event on or off school property, or B, occurs off of school property or outside of a school-sponsored activity or event if the conduct interferes with a pupil's educational opportunities or substantially disrupts the orderly operations of the school or school-sponsored activity or event. So if the bullying occurs at Saturday night at the pizza parlor and it's not a school-sponsored event, but the alleged victim is afraid to come to school on Monday or whatever, that would substantially conduct that would interfere with a pupil's educational opportunity. Likewise, if the event was on, say, a weekend off school property at a non-school sponsored event, the movie theater, let's say, if Monday morning everybody comes in and every kid is talking about it and the principal hears about it, the teachers hear about it, they know it's been posted on social media and the kids are not focusing, an argument can be made that would, again, this is B, substantially disrupt the orderly operations of the school or school-sponsored activity or event. So the school district not only could look at it, they have an obligation to look into it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So to get back to what Rep. Paul said, what if it's like cyberbullying across the United States?
Get off.
With the law enforcement
Let's look at the adult. Let's look at the adults first in that situation, and maybe everybody log off for the weekend. And we can't control a kid from Kansas. You know what I'm saying? You report that if the alleged victim is from New Hampshire and they report it to their principal, what that principal can do, I have no idea. That's, you know.
Yeah, I think law enforcement at
Yeah.
that point. I'm currently being threatened with a ransom scam.
Wow.
For someone who has my ID.
Wow.
My password.
Wow.
And wants money from me. So I've reported it to the local police, and I'm watching my phone to see if some of his threats come to fruition.
Right.
So yeah, there's all forms of bullying.
How's your
and
Bitcoin portfolio looking?
exactly what that is. He gave me his Bitcoin account that he wants to deposit it in.
But best of luck, sir.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your input. Jerry Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jerry Frew, New Hampshire Association of School Administrators. I will be brief. We want to speak in support of any legislation that helps assisting the issues of bullying and cyberbullying in our schools. We appreciate the sponsors' efforts to bring this forward. Happy to work with this committee or any committee and any number of bills that are emerging around the issue of bullying to bring common sense, workable, practical solutions to the problem so that we're not spending time, resources, and energy every year having these conversations. We can work toward it. I also would like to just point out whatever enrollment statistics you want to use of however many students we have in the state, 151,000, 155,000, 160,000, whatever it is. I do want to submit that our school district personnel effectively and efficiently investigate hundreds of allegations of bullying each year, and they're successfully resolved. I know that as a legislative committee, you hear some of the, and I'm not dismissing them or in any way diminishing the severity of them. You hear the worst, and you should. And we should be acting to alleviate all of those things. The fact of the matter is also that school administrators investigate, resolve successfully hundreds of bullying incidents, and those are on file with the Department of Education. So with that, I will stop.
Thank you very much. Yes, there are bullying reports annually, number of incidents by school, by grade level and category that are all available. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Frew. I'm going to ask the same thing I asked Barrett. Does your association collaboratively with the other states, is there any reciprocity in terms of understanding between the superintendents? If I get in Massachusetts, like in the Salem calls, is there anything there that's informal, or is there anything there that's formal or should be between the superintendents of multiple states?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. Nothing formal that I'm aware of. Again, it could be a good common sense approach, but I'm sure that it would vary from district to district. That they have those interstate issues, but I'm not aware of anything or conversation about it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, we'll close that hearing. And according to the schedule, we have a few minutes until House Bill 673 and continuation of our discussion of bullying. Yeah. I was thinking that since we've had a thorough discussion on this one, it won't be as long for the next one. Situation I know. Ready. We'll conclude our day with House Bill 673, which is relative to school bullying and discrimination plans. And I call on Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. For the record, I am Lauren Selig. I represent Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And it is part of the Oyster River School District, which is a cooperative school district which comprises the towns of Durham, Lee, and Madbury, with high school students tuitioned in from Barrington as part of a multi-town compact with Barrington. In my first term as a representative, I served on the Criminal Justice Committee, and a number of things occurred. One is we were hearing about increased incidents of juveniles who were being sentenced to various forms of the judicial system for differing levels of crime, differing types of incidents. At the same time, we were also hearing across the state about progressively more incidents of hate crimes occurring and hateful acts. And I want to be very clear about the distinction between a hate crime and a hateful act, because the Attorney General's office gave me a 45-minute detailed description of the difference between the two. So there are things that we would consider hateful, but that may not elevate to the level of a crime. And so this bill does not talk about hate crimes, it talks about hateful acts for a reason. While all of that was happening, I started reading about diversion programs that were working in other states to help young people who made poor decisions not continue to make poor decisions, particularly Howard County, Maryland, where I used to be a teacher, which is a very diverse school district. When they instituted a teen court program, the teens who were referred to that court program had only a 5% recidivism rate, which is amazing, right? And ideally, we would find ways to not have more children enter our judicial system, because if they enter as young people, the likelihood that they're going to continue to end up in the judicial system as adults is much higher. And so if we can identify ways. So in the previous session, we created a study committee to look at juveniles who commit misdemeanors, especially hate crimes, and how we could redirect them to diversion programs or other methods. We worked, it was a voluntary study committee. We had 4 members appointed. Unfortunately, 2 of them were not reelected, which is why they are not co-sponsors on the bill. But we worked collaboratively and opened the meetings up so that we had members from the ACLU, from the Attorney General's office, from the current juvenile diversion programs, from the Office of the Child Advocate, from Children and Youth and Family Services, all came together and we worked collaboratively and talked about the different issues and what was going on. The biggest challenge that came up and was confirmed when a representative from the Department of Education attended our meeting is that we lack data. We have a huge gap in data of what's happening. So technically, prior to the pandemic, school districts were directed to create plans to address bullying. There wasn't an end date by which they had to have their plan completed. They just were directed to create the plan. And then they were supposed to report data to the Department of Education. Unfortunately, the data that's being reported to the department isn't complete and isn't easy to find. If you can find, it's really tricky. It took me, I think, 2.5 hours to figure out how to get to it on the website. And I'm a relatively proficient searcher online. You know, I'm not the best. I defer to my children who are far faster at locating information. But when the representative from the Department of Education came to our meeting and said, well, we've got this database, I looked at my own school district and it reflected 0 incidences of bullying for the district, which I knew specifically was not accurate because my child was one of the victims of bullying in our district and we had documentation around that. So clearly there was a gap if it wasn't reported to the state, right? Additionally, Deputy Attorney General Sean Locke from the Attorney General's office, specifically their Division of Civil Rights Crimes, was part of our committee. And he identified, looking at the list, that there were 10 towns where he had active cases pending related to bullying incidents, specific bullying incidents, all of which had reflected 0 data on the state's website. So there was a gap, right? And so we were trying to figure out how could we design programs or increase or support programs if we don't actually know where the needs are and which areas there are. We know that there's a significant difference in how youth are adjudicated, whether they live in the North Country or whether they live on the seacoast, based on the resources of those districts and what's available. But we don't have any statistical data that shows what the ratios and percentages are. So that's sort of the background of this bill. So we started talking about, well, what could we do based on this previous bill that would help us create the data so that we could revisit the issue in a couple of years and look at what would be the best way to serve the needs of our children, to identify the problem, address it, and hopefully remedy it. So the structure of the bill requires, and I did speak with the School Administrators Association, who prefer it would be every year as opposed to every semester for reporting, but that at the end of every semester, the school districts would have to report their bullying incidents to the state. The state would then have a prescriptive amount of time at the DOE to collate all of that data and have it on a very easily publicly accessible website, and also share the link of their data to the AG's office for the purposes of data tracking. Because if, for example, we discover that in Salem, people discriminate against those who like the color purple, which happens to be my favorite color. But we have a history of incidents against people who like the color purple in Derry, and we can't figure out why. But then perhaps in Portsmouth, we have a history where it shows people used to discriminate against people who like the color green, and they've remedied it. Well, what did they do in Portsmouth, and can we replicate that in other districts? Can we work through those things? But without having the data that shows the trends of when bullying incidents are happening and who's being targeted, it's really hard to know how to create structures and programs to try to remedy it, whether it's through education, whether it's through diversion programs or other methods. So the goal of this is really about gathering the data and having a structure, but it's also looking not just at bullying incidents and reported bullying incidents, but hate-based incidents. So in my kids' high school, people were drawing swastikas on the bathroom walls and writing things like "kill the N-words." Right? That's technically not bullying. Technically, it's actually not even a hate crime, although we would all consider it a hate-based incident, right? So the part of this is directing the DOE to give the school districts a form that has a drop-down menu that identifies what protected classes are being targeted in incidents such as those, right? So swastikas obviously are targeting people who are Jewish, people who are minorities, people with disabilities, and the other one is obviously targeting people of who are Black or of African-American descent, right? But so because that data is not segregated out or compiled in any way, it's really hard to know how to address it and how to move forward. So that's where the rationale behind the bill came from. As you'll see, we're still waiting for a fiscal note. I did request a fiscal note. I knew to request a fiscal note. I requested the fiscal note in September. Hopefully we'll get the fiscal note soon. But obviously I can't make the fiscal note happen sooner because we don't have it. But that's where the rationale for all of this came from. And then just if I could read one comment from another parent who reached out to me. She said, "I'm a parent of a public school students and a member of my district school board. The viewpoint is mine alone, but we need stronger reporting, enforcement, and clarification of anti-bullying policy and procedures to help guide and support efforts by school districts to appropriately address and mitigate incidents at schools. Requiring specific reporting standards will help districts form appropriate policies and procedures to respond proactively rather than reactively to bullying and cyberbullying." And this parent obviously supports the intent of the bill. So, and again, I'm open to amending it as we work on our subcommittee or our special workshop.
Thank you very much, Representative. Questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. First, I just need to clarify. You said there's a difference between a hate crime and a hateful act, and I didn't catch the difference.
Right. So, freedom of speech laws allow people to use what we would consider very hateful words legally. If they use those words in a way that is specifically threatening someone, like "I'm going to kill you because you're a fill in the blank," that becomes a hate crime because it's actually the threat of assault that is the crime. and it adds, based on federal and state law, because it uses a targeted language or targets a particular group, that makes it a hate crime rather than just an assault, right? But drawing swastikas on property, the crime is graffiti, but the swastika is not the hate, is not right. Does that make? I know it's so nuanced, and ultimately, I can find the presentation Attorney Locke sent us, which was, as I said, he spent 40 minutes explaining all the different nuances and technicalities, and it was a lot. But there's a really fine line before something is elevated to a hate crime. And that's actually, by state statute, it's an add-on to an existing crime. It's not a crime on its own, whereas a hateful act is a generally accepted term.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see that you want to maybe submit things to the Attorney General's Office of Civil Rights. Is there nothing that has schools already doing that? You'd think that would be a place that they would send these things.
Not unless it elevates to the point of a police-involved investigation. And so if an incident rises to the level that the police are brought in to investigate, then either the town or the county or the state AG would be involved in that process. But part of the challenge for part of the reason for wanting to send the compiled data to the AG's office is really to be looking at trends. So, for example, we know we have some groups that have, we have a friend who likes to send me what I refer to as love letters from his white supremacy organization to tell me how much he adores me and my policies. He walks that line very carefully so that it's not the level of hate crime. It's not a crime, what he sends to me. It's certainly hateful language and hateful comments. And I'm not the only one who gets his love letters, to be truthful. So, but if we know that we have one of these groups that sort of seems to be growing in a particular part of the state, and we're seeing a corresponding number of incidents in that school district, we might know about refocusing some of the instruction or some of the policies we're doing in that district. It's really about trying to look for the trends, right? And so if we know that Oyster River has 2,000 incidents in, a year, and that Concord has 0 incidents, so first of all, is Concord reporting accurately? But if they are, what are they doing that's so successful at avoiding these incidents? And what's happening in Oyster River, not just within the schools, but within the community, that they may need to take a deeper look at, right? Maybe there's a group that's been growing there. And to be fair, that's not what's actually happening in Oyster River. I'm just using my own district so as not to impugn any other district, but our district is working hard, albeit not always as accurately as I might prefer.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for bringing this forward. You mentioned speaking with the department about this bill, and I understand there isn't a fiscal note, so the cost for this is unknown. However, I know in my own speaking with the DOE, whenever we have something new for them to do in this bill, they would have to report data and have it on a website, and it seems a little bit prescriptive, all the things that have to do. Has the DOE mentioned that they'd have to have a new person to do this or hire a new staff person to do this?
So technically, they're supposed to be monitoring this already, and they have a website that's supposed to be tracking this information. When we asked about who was responsible for actually following up and making sure school districts provided information or who made sure things were uploaded, the representative who attended our meetings had no information. So it became prescriptive because we felt when we discussed this as a committee, we were like, okay, well, the buck has to stop somewhere.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. And if they're already supposed to be compiling the data and they're not following through the way that they need to be, maybe we need to be more specific about how they compile it. And that's part of the reason for them having specific reporting out process and a timeline, right? Is to say, okay, you got this much time to figure it out, but let's get it.
If I may have a follow-up.
Yes.
and I imagine how disappointed it is to ask a question and the answer can't be provided for whatever the reason is. My other question's a bit of a little unrelated, but you mentioned protected classes beginning in line 11, and generally speaking, I'm sure we can all name what the protected classes are, but there are varied definitions depending on what law you're looking at. So is there a specific definition of which protected classes that we're referring to? Is it a federal statute that's not referenced here?
So I was looking at state statutes and I was looking at the information provided by Attorney Locke about what protected classes are subject to the hate crime statutes in our state.
Okay, and would you think that we should specify the RSA in here? Is there any added benefit to doing that from what the attorney said? I'm not sure.
We could certainly do that, and when we have our further discussion, I'm happy to reach out and get additional information to make sure that I have that specific information for you.
Okay, and if I may ask one more question.
Yes.
The conclusion of my questions is looking on beginning section, line 9 to line 10, really, when you change each school district and chartered public school to every school that receives state funding, my immediate thought is, what is the impact of this on our EFA program and our EFA students?
So I would hope that students who are attending any school, including the schools that receive EFA funding, that those schools would also be reporting bullying and hate incidents to the state so that we can track them. If, for example, we discover that the Black Bottle School has, 15 students and has 12 bullying incidents, maybe we should be looking at whether or not that's an appropriate place for EFA funds to be able to be directed, or if there's, so really it's about trying to find where things are happening so that we can figure out ways of addressing it.
All right, thanks.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wanted to testify on this bill? Yes. Is it about this bill or?
Well, the generic bill.
Okay, well, let's close this hearing first.
It's about this
Okay,
bill
all right.
specifically.
Okay.
On Representative McDonald's bill and this bill, the ones that deal with cyber bullying. So you're gonna put together a work session for that?
Yeah, I'm looking at.
All three?
Right, all three bills that dealing with bullying.
Okay.
Looking at a work session on the morning of February 17th.
And is DOE and the AG's office gonna be with that?
February.
Oh, February.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Representative Cordella? So would the DOE representative and the AG representative also be involved in that?
I haven't gotten
I mean, you're
that far.
thinking-
This is just, this will be the first one. I think we'll have several
Okay.
sessions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we'll have several work sessions on this. Yeah.
I told them March 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 673 and end our committee work for the day.